What's up, everybody? Welcome in. This is the Legends Lounge, and tonight in the Legends Lounge, we find maybe one of the most legendary people I've ever had the privilege of getting to talk to for even a couple of seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, let me bring him in without really spending too much time on this. This is Jerry the King Lawler. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but the pictures froze up.
Oh, no.
Yes. What happened?
Oh, I don't know. We'll just have to
and it froze
talk.
up at the worst time. You're looking down, and I'm taking a piece of gum out of my mouth.
Oh, no. No, it looks good on the air, I promise.
Oh, you're kidding.
It looks good on the air.
Well, is that a problem with my equipment or what?
I think it's April 1st and the whole world's trying to play a prank on us.
I got you. That must be it. Well, this is not much fun. I can't see you.
Do you want? Well, I should probably turn the speaker down on my monitor, shouldn't I? Why don't we do this? Do you want to back out and come back in and try again? I can give the bio.
Yeah, do that.
If you want to do that, let's do that. All right.
Let's try that. Okay.
All right. Well, while the king resets on his end, I will give you the bio on the man, the myth, the legend. For those of you who maybe aren't professional wrestling enthusiasts, Jerry the King Lawler has been around since ever. And I say that the man has had over a 50-year career in professional wrestling. He's held almost every title you can imagine. He's been the heavyweight title so many times. He's in every promotion you can imagine. So let's start here, King.
I can see
you now.
Yeah.
There you go. Let's start here. How did you come? What was it about pro wrestling that drew you to that medium?
Oh gosh. I don't know. As long as I can remember, I was sort of a fan, watched it on TV. My dad and I, when I got into high school and I was driving and everything, my dad and I would go to the live events, which in that time, I lived in Memphis, Tennessee, and we had a live wrestling show every Monday night at our Ellis Auditorium here in Memphis, which later moved to the Mid-South Coliseum. But so he and I would go to the matches and I don't know. I was a fan from way back, but the way I got, I guess, drawn into, and no pun intended, drawn into the business was the fact that I would draw. I was an artist. I was majored in art all throughout high school. Then I won a commercial arts scholarship to go to the University of Memphis. And one day I would take some of my drawings down to the matches on Monday night and let the other fans see them. And somebody said, "Hey, why don't you send some of those into the TV station? They might show your artwork on the wrestling show." So that's what I did. And sure enough, I tuned in the following Saturday morning, and there was Lance Russell and Dave Brown, our great Memphis commentators, sitting at the desk as usual. And I could see, when I was sitting at home on TV, I could see on the corner of Lance's desk, my artwork was sitting there. And I said, "Oh my gosh, they're gonna show my art during the show." And sure enough, about an hour in, Lance leans over and he says, "Well, Dave, we got some really good artwork here from a young fan named Jerry Lawler, and he holds my artwork up." And that was like, it was top of the moon for me, man. And then after the show was over, my phone rings, and it's Lance Russell, and he said, "Jerry, everybody loved your artwork, and as a matter of fact, one of the wrestlers, Jackie Fargo, wants to meet you because he'd like for you to do some artwork for him." And now, fans today won't realize it, but back in Memphis, and at that time, Jackie Fargo was the John Cena or the Roman Reigns of our wrestling. This was when it was just in kind of localized or territories and that sort of thing. So to go over to the TV station the following week and meet Jackie Fargo was like a dream come true for a wrestling fan. So that's what happened. I met him. He hired me to do some artwork he owned a nightclub in Memphis along with doing the wrestling. And he hired me to come in and paint a bunch of caricatures of him all over his nightclub. And we became friends. And after about, oh my gosh, 6 months or so of me doing artwork for him and hanging out around there. We even started a sign company in the little office next to his nightclub there. But anyway, I started hounding him. He would let me go on some trips to the little not far away wrestling shows. And I started hounding him. I said, man, Jackie, I would really love to try this one time. Just throw me in a match where I get beat up or something like that. I would just want to try it. And he said, no, kid, you're too good an artist. Just trust me. You don't want to be in this business. Stick with being an artist. But I didn't stop. I kept on, and I begged him. And finally he said, look, if I get you one match, will you promise me that you'll forget about the wrestling and go back to being an artist? And I said, I promise. And that was like 50 years ago. So, but I still do the artwork. I still do artwork. So I feel like I didn't completely let him down on the promise, So that's how I got my foot in the wrestling door.
Well, and that's something I wanted to touch on, is that you have a lot of outside the ring things that you've done over the years. And the art is one of the things that I most, I guess, relate to you on. Is, I'm not necessarily a great artist, but I do graphic design. But I was right out of high school. I was a All-American powerlifter, All-American football player. I trained to be a wrestler. And when I realized I didn't have what it took to do that, I started working with the guys, designing their merch, designing their, their stickers or whatever, the guys who could do it. And, that led me into graphic design. And so, the art
I did a lot of that stuff too. When I was just young in the business, I would do designs and drawings for different guys, T-shirts. I actually was the guy. You'd have to still go back a ways to remember this, but I painted the picture of the Ayatollah Khomeini on the Iron Sheik's flag that he used in the WWE. So I've done quite a bit of artwork as well along the way.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to talk, like, even recently you were doing design for WWE stuff, some pay-per-view logos and stuff, right?
Yeah, I did. Probably the biggest thing I can remember. Did a lot of work when they had the WWE magazine. A lot of artwork for that. I also designed They did a Christmas CD year before last, and I designed the cover for that. And then, Mick Foley's Christmas Chaos book. I did all the artwork for that. So I did back when the WWE had WWE comic books. I did 2 covers for their comic book as well.
Yeah, and that's what I wanted to talk to you about. Is you had a comic book about you, right? They did a Jerry the King Lawler comic book.
Oh no, I don't know.
Or was that just a cover? Am I misremembering?
Yeah,
it was you and JR on the. I can remember you and JR on the cover of a book, and I thought it was about you guys, but it may have just been a variant. I don't remember.
I don't remember us being on the cover of anything for WWE. But I did. We have a mutual friend, Nick Marucci, and he owns Dynamite, or he's the owner and editor of Dynamite Comics. And I've done some cover work for them. I did a Zorro comic cover and something with the Green Hornet comic, and so I'm keeping my finger in the pie there, so to speak, as far as the artwork goes.
So, outside of wrestling, we'll come back to that, because I mean that's such a big part of your career. But
kind of well, a little bit.
But you did other things. You're a restaurateur. I want to talk to you about the barbecue business a little bit.
Man, I just came from my restaurant out in Germantown here in Memphis. Had a half slab of ribs, so good. Memphis is a barbecue city. I mean, they have Memphis in May. All the top barbecue teams come from all over the world to compete in this. I mean, Memphis is known for barbecue, and I promise you, I've tasted them all, and I swear to you, I'm not just blowing barbecue smoke, but the ribs at my barbecue restaurant out in Germantown, are as good or better than any other restaurant here in Memphis. They're awesome.
What to you makes great barbecue? What's the thing you look for?
Just the taste. I mean, everybody does it so many different ways. I'm not big on what it all looks like or that sort of stuff. I'm just big on the taste. I'm getting a text. Can you tell that came across the
No,
screen?
you're good.
Oh, good. Okay. Oh, yeah. I guess it doesn't matter unless it comes across the camera there.
Yeah, that's what's great about this software is you get a text, I get a phone call, we're still good. We just keep
Okay, cool.
rolling. But yeah, I love Memphis in May. My family does competition barbecue, and
Oh,
my
well, there you
parents
go.
took a barbecue pilgrimage to Memphis. I'm like, you got to go to Jerry Lawler's restaurant. You got to go to Jerry's, and they loved it. So,
Oh, okay,
like,
cool. I'll bet they went to the one
I
down.
next,
I actually have two. I have one in Germantown that is just a barbecue restaurant, and then also I have a restaurant, a bar and grill down on Beale Street, which is right where they have the barbecue fest every year. And I bet that's the
Mhm.
one they went to. There, the barbecue there is great as well, but it's a different kind.
yeah,
It's
mhm.
cooked on an outdoor grill there, and that the one in Germantown is cooked on a smoker inside.
Nice. I love the fact that so many people in the industry, comic books, wrestling, all that kind of stuff, we have these interests in food. And food is a universal language, right?
Yeah, you're right. Got to have it.
So, yeah, I mean it's really a great way to connect people. Is it's look, we're going for barbecue. Nope, I've never met anybody who goes, I don't want to go for barbecue,
Right.
right?
Yeah, I was just in my
So,
restaurant, and this entire
mhm,
family came in. I mean, there were like it was more than it was several families actually. Three women, a bunch of kids, four men, and they all just sat down and eating. And I was sitting at a table across from them, and it was so funny. They never even said hi or glanced over anything. So I knew immediately they must have been from out of town. And so I walked over and introduced myself, and the guy looked at all the pictures on the wall, and he said, "Oh, this must be your place." I said, "Yeah." He said, "Where are you guys from?" They were from Terre Haute, Indiana, and they were in town for a baseball tournament. So yeah, it was just it's good. People come from all over in Memphis to sample the barbecue.
so what is out away from wrestling? What would you say is the thing that you most look forward to participating in? Is it the restaurant? Is it the art? Is it some of the podcasting you do, some of that kind of stuff?
No, probably the thing I look forward to the most is and it's just starting. We start next week, softball season. I've had a softball team called Lawler's Army for, phew, man, probably 40 years. And of course, the faces keep changing and everything. And I try to keep a bunch of young guys on the team. We won the last 2 years in a row. We won the league and the tournament. So I keep a few. I have to surround myself with really good softball players to so that I don't drag the whole team down. But yeah, I love it. I love softball season. Um, I have also have another home in Fort Myers, Florida. I love to go down there and go to the beach and hang out in Florida and tan and all that kind of stuff. But
Mhm.
yeah, I still really enjoy getting in the ring and wrestling, and I still do
Mhm.
that quite a bit. I got a match coming up Saturday night at the Omen Arena in Jackson, Tennessee. We have a big show at the outdoor ballpark coming up May the 3rd, I believe, up there. So I still get in the ring occasionally. I really still enjoy that. Comic cons, man, I've missed Comic cons. I really love doing the Comic cons. Getting out there on the weekends and meeting a lot of the fans, doing artwork and signing pictures, taking pictures, that sort of thing. So I'm hoping that pretty soon we'll get to where they'll be able to do more things like the Comic cons and get those masks off and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, the last year's been tough for a lot of us. It was I can say this with confidence. Last year was the first year in the last 20 years I haven't been to a wrestling event. It was the first year I haven't been to a Comic Con in 15 years.
Yeah.
I didn't go to a baseball game last year, and I don't know if I've ever not gone to a baseball game.
Yeah, I got to
Didn't
go see
play
the Minnesota.
softball
I
last
got
year
to
for
go
the
see
first
the
time.
Minnesota Twins week before last at spring training down in Fort Myers. And you're right. Even though they were only allowing about third capacity of the stadium, it was still nothing like being in a baseball stadium with the fans again and watching a baseball game. I can't wait for that. I'm a huge Cleveland Indians fan. They lost the home opener, not the home opener. They lost the road opener today to the Detroit Tigers 3-2, and so I'm already starting off in a bad mood for my Indians this year. But I follow baseball really closely. I'll watch almost every game if I'm home. Got that baseball package on the TV.
That's what was on the monitor before we started talking. It was I have the MLB TV, and I just whatever game's on goes on. And it's funny. I was talking to Tony Schiavone on Tuesday, and he's a baseball guy, and I met him doing a baseball game. I worked for almost a decade for the Toledo Mud Hens.
Oh, really? Yeah. That's not far from Cleveland.
Doing. I was a spotter for their legendary announcement.
Is Toledo a farm club of Cleveland in any way, or is it
no? Detroit.
Detroit, yeah, they're closer to Detroit. You're right.
I was my whole life I was an Atlanta Braves fan until Albert Bell and I'm gonna blank. Jim Thome started at Cleveland, and I became an Indians fan. And then I started working for the Mud Hens, and I had to change affiliations and become a Tigers fan because I knew all those guys. So now when they play, it's just like I'm just gonna sit back and eat a hot dog and love every second of it.
Yeah. Well, the last couple of years, Cleveland's really dominated the Tigers, but I don't know about this year. It didn't look too good today.
We're not very good. We'll get lucky. We're not very good.
Well, unfortunately, go ahead.
Go ahead. No. Absolutely, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say after my Indians traded away Francisco Lindor and Carlos Carrasco and Carlos Santana, we lost a ton of talent during free agency, and it's sad, really. They're talking about changing the name from the Cleveland Indians. I suggested they need to change it to the Cleveland Cheapskates because they won't. They're not going to spend any money on talent. There are 18 players in the major leagues that each one of those players make more every year than the entire Indians payroll.
It's true. So I will say this though. I'm fortunate where I'm at. I can go watch a Mud Hens game, or it's only 2 hours to see a Columbus Clippers game, which is the Indians farm team.
Yeah, exactly.
And they've got some really great young talent that's just a little young to be playing in the majors, 19, 20-year-old kids that need another year or so, and then they're going to be real special.
Well, that's good. So, yeah, I've made a couple of appearances at Columbus Clippers games over the years. I used to love it when Albert Bell was there. Remember when they had Albert Bell night and the first 5,000 fans got punched in the face by Albert? That was always fun. Yes.
Those are always like I miss the 90s in baseball. Like I miss the 90s in so many things.
Yeah.
So let's you mentioned it. You got a big show coming up Saturday. Are you still the title holder there?
No, I don't have.
You had a title last year.
Yeah, I did. I don't. It's funny. I can't remember the different places. I think that was Northeast Wrestling that I won the tag team titles up there. And but I asked the promoter down here, don't put me in any title matches because I don't want to have that responsibility of winning the title and then definitely having to come back and defend it and that sort of thing. So I just get put in some kind of featured matches here and there. But this show is big. They're bringing in a lot of Jake the Snake Roberts is going to be there. Ricky the Dragon Steamboat's going to be there. Ron Simmons is going to be there. So it's going to be a big show.
I got to meet Ron a couple years ago at an XICW event here up in Detroit, and it was him and D'Lo Brown.
Oh yeah,
and Sabu.
Oh boy,
and D'Lo and Sabu were the main event, and it was wild because my business partner was with us, and Sabu took a chair shot right in front of her from D'Lo, and she'd never seen pro wrestling before.
Oh man,
and she just. I love every second of that, independent wrestling. What about it drew you back into it? I mean, you took kind of a break, from being in the ring for, after you had your health issues there, but how, was that always a goal to stay in the ring as long as you could?
No, it wasn't. Well, yeah, it's kind of a goal to stay alive. And while I was alive, I figured that, as long as I'm physically able, I'll still try to compete. But the funny thing was After I had the hang on here, I gotta get rid of somebody. There we go. Phone call coming in. After I had the health issue, I only stopped wrestling in the WWE. They're so cautious about everything. They put me on a no touch list that a lot of guys are on. People don't even realize it. But so I wasn't able to compete anymore for them. But I mean, literally within a month or two after I was out of the hospital with that health issue from up in Montreal, I was back in the ring. I bet I've wrestled, and I'm not exaggerating. I bet I've wrestled. That happened in 2012. I bet I've wrestled, 2,000 matches since then. I've never
that.
Yeah.
I love that. I mean, and I love the idea of, a guy like yourself who, for so long, it was that big right hand, man, that would just put people on the mat and leave them down there. I still love the idea of the kind of the traditional. There you go. The traditional kind of brawler wrestling. And so much of what people tune in for now are the guys who are flying 50 feet through the air and spinning around and all that kind of stuff. And that's cool. But I love seeing guys like you and I got to meet Brutus the Barber Beefcake.
Yeah.
That are still out there doing the same things they've always done and just keeping that torch alive. For those of us who are kind of
cool because there are still fans. There's so many fans that grew up on that, or that was their favorite style of wrestling. But everything changes, society changes, and of course wrestling has changed huge over the years. People's tastes change, and I like you said, I don't have anything against watching guys turn 4 or 5 moonsaults and flips and everything during a match, but I'm like you. I grew up on the brawling, a little more psychological style of wrestling, and I'll always be a fan of that.
So, one of the things that maybe people
plus the fact that I can't do a moonsault, so I don't want to try to include that in my repertoire.
That's fair, but it's I watch wrestling with my grandfather, and he remembers going to the matches at the theaters in Columbus, Ohio, when it was you might still see a guy wrestle a bear, kind of.
I've wrestled. I've wrestled a couple of bears in my career. I mean, real bears.
He liked to call it redneck wrestling. You never knew exactly what was going to happen, but it was always entertaining, and it's. Guys just getting in there and doing it. And he would talk about seeing, someone like yourself or Bruno Sammartino, who would just get in there and it was just locking it up and throwing some people around and having a good old time with it.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where my love for the sport comes from. Let me ask this, something people will probably know your face from. Is the Andy Kaufman feud. That was a big thing. But rather than talk about that, let's talk about reliving
we're not allowed to say the word feud anymore in wrestling. Some crazy rules come along every now and then, but somebody, the powers that be, get to thinking that feud's not a good word. Let's don't use that anymore. Let's use rivalry. So now everything's a rivalry. It's not a feud anymore.
Well, back then it was,
right.
Or an angle or whatever you want to call it. But let's talk about reliving that time with Jim Carrey in that movie, Man in the Moon. So tell us about the original, how that all came to be there with Andy.
I'm trying to get this thing. There we go. I'm sorry.
You're good. You're fine.
Me all the
tell
time
us.
Here.
Yeah. Hey, you're a busy man.
What do you want to hear? You
want
to hear about Andy, or you want to hear about Jim Carrey?
Well, tell us how it came to be, and then tell us what it was like reliving it as an actor as opposed to a participant.
Yeah. Well, of course, all of this is still available. It's great. One of the great things about the internet, all of this is still available on YouTube. You can go back and search it all out. But yeah, Andy Kaufman at the time in like 1983, he was one of the biggest stars in Hollywood. Well, he was on the biggest show on the television network at the time on ABC. He was on a TV show called Taxi. And Andy was a comedian. He wasn't he was a prominent character on that show, but he didn't like being on that show. He liked doing other things, and he would do all kind of weird stuff. Andy was kind of a weird guy, and one of the things that Andy got in his head was, because he was a wrestling fan as a kid growing up, he wanted to live out what he had seen on TV growing up, being a bad guy wrestler. He was a big fan of bad guy wrestlers. He loved Nature Boy Buddy Rogers when he was a kid growing up. And so somehow when he became a celebrity, he said, I want to live out that fantasy of mine of being a wrestler. But he wasn't physically endowed very much. So he figured, well, I can't wrestle a man, so I'll wrestle women. So that's what Andy started doing. And he went around the country and he was wrestling women on different TV shows, like the Mike Douglas show at the time, Saturday Night Live, a bunch of shows. And people thought it was crazy. People thought it was weird. You know, they come to see a guy stand up and do stand up on the stage, and all of a sudden they drag some mats out there, and a guy comes out dressed in a referee shirt, and Andy starts challenging women out in the audience and offering them $500 if any of them can come up and beat him. So he did that for a while. He got sort of famous for doing that. And finally, I got a call from a friend of mine, Bill Apter, who works for the magazines Pro Wrestling Illustrated back in the day. And he gave me a call and he said, hey, you know who Andy Kaufman is? I said, sure. And he said, well, he's going to call you tomorrow. He's a friend of mine. I gave you your number. I said, yeah, right. Andy Kaufman from the TV show Tax is going to call me. He said, yeah, really. He wants to come to Memphis and he wants to wrestle women in front of a wrestling crowd. He's only done it in nightclubs and on TV, but he's never wrestled in front of wrestling fans. And so that's what happened. Next day I get a call from Andy Kaufman and he explained just that. And I said, man, come on down. This will be awesome. And so sure enough, he came down 4 or 5 times in Memphis. We had a big sellout crowd. People come to see the Hollywood star. And he insulted the women. He insulted all the fans from the South and everything. And because Andy loved that. Andy loved playing the bad guy, even on his comedy shows. So we'd had him 3 or 4 times wrestling different women. And finally I told Andy, actually what I was wanting to do was trying to get the rub for myself off this big Hollywood star. So I told him, I said, Andy, you've gone just about as far as you can go wrestling women. What you need to do is you need to have a match with a man. And he said, oh, no, I can't do that. I'll get hurt. I really don't do it. And I said, well, you know what, Andy, I promise you. You and I could have a match. You won't get hurt, and people will love it. And he said, really? So that's how the match came about. And, he knew nothing about wrestling a man. And I did a couple moves on him, gave him a couple pile drivers. And Andy carried it so far that he actually told the referee and everybody that he was hurt and needed to go to the hospital. And I said, oh, my God, no, help him up, get him up, pick him up out of the ring, get him to the back. We had a huge sellout crowd. Everybody's going crazy. And the referee went over to him and said, come on, Andy, let me help you up. He said, no, I need an ambulance. So he insisted. We finally called an ambulance, and Andy went to the hospital and laid there in traction with his neck in traction for 3 days. So it made all kind of headlines, made big news and that sort of thing. And then it led to a few months later, we went on the David Letterman show. And I became the first talk show guest to strike another guest on network TV when I slapped Andy out of his chair.
Now it's every night.
Yeah, now
it's every night.
Well, I think what happened, I believe that Jerry Springer must have been sitting in the audience that night and saw this. And he said, hey, that's a good idea. But anyway, that led to then Andy died not long after that. About 6 months later, Andy passed away with cancer. Almost in the year 1999 from 1983, they came up with the idea of making a movie about Andy's life. Danny DeVito and his production company. So they contacted me, and the great thing about the movie Man on the Moon, everybody that was in Andy's life, every real person, they asked to come back and play themselves, or they were in the movie at some point. Everybody that Andy was in Andy's life. But of course, Andy wasn't available, so they hired the biggest actor at the time. In 1999, the biggest star in Hollywood was Jim Carrey. And so they hired Jim Carrey to play Andy Kaufman. And, we had to do all the wrestling scenes and the slap from David Letterman. They even got David Letterman to come back and play himself, him and Paul Schaefer to play themselves in this movie, Man on the Moon. And So I got to slap. I think I slapped Jim Carrey harder than I slapped Andy Kaufman because he had pissed me off a little bit during the making of the movie. So, but anyway, yeah, it was real cool. If you haven't seen it, check it out. It's called Man on the Moon. Then there's another thing that's out there somewhere on YouTube or Netflix or something. I think it's maybe Netflix, but it's a documentary called Jim and Andy: The Great Beyond, and it's the scenes of us making the movie Man on the Moon. Somebody was behind the scenes shooting everything that went on, and it documents all the bad feelings between Jim Carrey and myself, and so that's out there too if you want to watch that. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I love the videos of the original stuff with Andy Kaufman. I never think of Andy Kaufman as a comedian. I think of him as a performance artist.
That's exactly
everything
what
he did.
He would appreciate
was an
you.
angle. Yeah. Everything he did was a work to steal a turn, from pro wrestling. Everything he did was a work. He was always trying to work an angle. Everything he did was real.
And he always loved making his audience uncomfortable.
Right.
And that's what his goal was every night.
So to stick with the kind of the entertainment part of this, you at some point moved behind the mic and teamed up with the legendary JR and so many other great broadcasters over the years to call wrestling. What's it like calling a wrestling match?
Well, when I first started, the way it happened was Vince McMahon was doing the play-by-play commentary, and he was doing it along with Randy Macho Man Savage as the color commentator. And this was during the Monday Night Wars when WWE was battling against WCW every night in the ratings. And they were stealing, WCW especially was stealing a lot of the talent from WWE, hiring them away. And we were getting ready to do a show one Monday night, a live broadcast. And Vince McMahon was walking around going, "Hey, anybody seen Randy Savage? We got to talk over what we're going to do on the show." And their WCW show started an hour before ours at the time. And somebody said, "Ooh, hey, Vince, come here and look at the TV." And you go and look at the TV, and there's Randy Savage. "Ooh, yeah." All of a sudden, he jumped ship without telling anybody, and he was on the WCW show. So I'll never forget Vince. His expression on his face never changed. He just looked around and said, "Hey, King, would you mind doing the color commentary with me tonight? But next week I'll have somebody on a regular basis." So that's how I was just kind of thrown in the mix, and I've been doing it for 30 years ever since.
What's it like being the color guy on a wrestling match? It's the moves like that these guys are throwing as they're throwing them. Are you thinking about how you would counter?
I used to. I said I used to. A lot of these moves nowadays got crazy names. Mauro Ranallo is the best at knowing all the crazy names, the Shining Wizard, Dragon, Super Leap, or all this crazy stuff. I don't know.
When he came to WWE, I equated it to having Bob Costas call a ping pong match. Mauro is such an amazing broadcaster.
I love working with Mauro. I really did. Hey,
his time was amazing.
On the new WWE 2K 2K20. I think the 2K20 game. It's Mauro Ranallo and myself doing the commentary on it. No, it's the Battlegrounds game. That's it, the Battlegrounds game. It was so much fun working with him.
But what's it like? Are you thinking about what you would do if you were in that situation, or are you just trying to convey the message?
I'm just honestly, I can't even. It's hard to describe what I'm thinking about. I don't even know if I'm thinking. I just say whatever comes to my mind next. I always looked at it, I think with JR and I especially, and then with Michael Cole too. I always try to equate it to, like, I'm sitting in the den, I'm a wrestling fan, and I'm sitting in the den with my next door neighbor, JR, and we're watching a wrestling show on TV, and we're talking about it. And it's like two good friends just shooting the breeze about what we're seeing happen in front of us. I never tried to be, too technical. I never treated it like it was. I didn't like to treat it like it was brain surgery or anything like that. I don't like it when it's, and I think this is one of the things that I don't like about today's product. I think the commentators try to take it too serious. I always like to have fun during a match. I like to try to throw some humor in there, because there are a lot of fans that are watching that aren't really wrestling fans. One of the quotes that one of the things that was said to me that I'll never forget. A guy told me, he said, I make my wife watch Raw every Monday night. She hates wrestling, but now she doesn't mind watching because she loves to listen to you and your funny one-liners and that kind of thing. So I always thought that, hey, the wrestling was there. You're watching it. You can think what you want to think. But there are, like I said, there's always some fans that are casual fans or not even fans that are watching the show. And I like to try to entertain those people as well.
So which do you, this is a bad question, but I'm going to ask it anyway.
Wrestling.
Which do you prefer?
I prefer wrestling more so than commentary. Is that what you were going to ask?
Well, I was going to say, which do you prefer, the kind of the entertainment of it, or do you prefer the people who believe the kayfabe? Like, which do you like to play into more? The people who know it's kind of, it's a product out there, or do you prefer the people who are like, it's real to me? Which one is more fun for you?
I never think about it like that. I think it's been known as what it is and probably always was. Right. It's been known as sports entertainment for so many years that I guess there may be some people out there that really believe that everything they're seeing is happening. But the funny thing is, everything that they are seeing is happening. That really is the truth. Some things may be rehearsed, or some things may be predictable or I don't know, whatever. But anyway, the moves that you see the wrestlers doing, they're great athletes, and it hurts. Right. It really hurts. And, so that part of it is real. But what I remind people is, I'll have people come and say, oh, man, wrestling, that's all fake. And I say, well, do you like movies? I say, yeah. I say, well, when you see Tom Cruise get shot in the head, do you think he's really dead? No. I say, well, okay. It's entertainment. The wrestling show is just like a movie that you would pay money to go see at a theater. It's just like a soap opera that you're going to watch in the middle of the day. It's entertainment. And even all sports are that way. I mean, let's face it, football game or the baseball games we're talking about, their primary goal is to be entertaining fans that will come back and either pay money to sit and watch the game, or will buy the extra innings package like you and I do, and pay that money to watch the game, but to be entertained. And wrestling is no different. Yep.
I always tell somebody, take a bump one time, then tell me it's fake. It ain't. But for me, I love talking to my friends who are still like, no, we believe that that the guys who hate each other on TV hate each other in real life. We want to believe that.
I mean, sometimes they do, for real. I mean, there's one of the things in the wrestling business that I've learned over the years is it's not talked about very much, but there is a ton of professional jealousy. And every wrestler, every one of them that laces up his boots or puts on a pair of tights and steps in a ring, in their mind, they think they're the best. And if they didn't think that, they probably wouldn't be any good. But they think that if I was given the opportunity, if I was in the main event, I would pack this. Every stadium would be packed if they'd just give me that shot. But unfortunately, there's only a certain amount of people that are going to get that top spot. And so a lot of these guys really don't like each other.
No, it's true. It's true. So let's I want to mention a comment we have here. Pat Koala says his wife would watch every week to see what shirt the King was wearing. Let's talk about, Jerry Lawler, the fashion icon, for a second. How did your attire, your whole career has been uniquely you. You've been the King for a long time with the crown and all that kind of stuff. How did you pick your gimmick?
Well, you're right. That's the King gimmick started out in about 1974, I think. and then it carried on all throughout the WWE. When I first started there, as a matter of fact, there's a show. They've got a new show coming on A&E, In Search of the Lost WWE Memorabilia, where they're going out and trying to find some of this stuff from years and years ago. And one of the things they came to me looking for was the blue and white King's robe that I wore when I first showed up in the WWE, and when I crowned Bret the Hitman Hart right after he won the King of the Ring contest the first time I was on Raw there. So that's a show that's coming up. I think it's April 18th. It starts on A&E Network. It's going to be really cool. But yeah, I showed up there as the King, and I always wanted to go on TV looking royal, so to speak. So I for a long time I would wear the crown and the blue cape, and then I went from that to like a kingly jacket. Once I started doing more commentary, the kingly jacket with the epaulets and all the medals and that sort of stuff on it, and the crown, and then from that, the blinged out shirts came in. Well, I tell you, even before, a lot of people don't realize this. I own about 6 or 7 of the real wild way out shirts that The Rock used to wear. You remember The Rock when used to wear these crazy looking satin shirts?
Mm-hmm.
Well, when The Rock left, he left about 10 of these shirts in the wardrobe area. They didn't belong to The Rock. They didn't belong to WWE or wardrobe or whatever. But anyway, after he left, one day one of the wardrobe ladies came to me and said, "Hey, we're going to throw some of this stuff out, King, but these shirts, have sort of a royal look to them. Do you want them?" And I said, "Well, yeah, if you're going to just throw them out, I'll take them." So I started wearing shirts that Rock had worn. I mean, I like that's where the fancy shirts came into play. And then who was it? Oh gosh, Xavier. This company called Xavier. They came out with these real blinged out like T-shirts with all the sparkles and all the rhinestones and everything, all of them. And I said, "Man, that looks a little royal. That looks a little high dollar or whatever." So that's how I started wearing those. And now today I must have. I'd have to go upstairs, but in this huge closet I have upstairs, there's probably 200 different shirts like that I try not to wear the same one every week. So I try to get a different one every week. So I've got a lot of those blinged out shirts, and yeah, I got comments on those all the time. And now I've started selling a few of them at auctions. So it's worked out well.
But the ring apparel too it's always kind of the traditional kind of singlet, look for you.
Yeah,
was that a decision you made, or is that just a practical application?
No, that's a decision. It's so funny that we're talking about that. Those came from way back. There was a company called Carl and Hildegard that before the WWE had their own wardrobe department. These people literally made 90% of wrestlers' outfits in the business. And the top that I wear with the singlet is actually called a Tarzan top. And I don't know, when I'm just looking through their catalog back in the day, and I saw that top, and I didn't think of I didn't know anybody at the time that was wearing that. So I just started wearing that. And then, of course, from that, the strap came down and all that sort of stuff. You know what? Hang on. Talk to the people for 1 second. It's just right over here. I'm going to reach over and grab something. I want to show you this.
All right. We're gonna get a special look here from the King. If you have any questions, we've got a few minutes left with him. Put them in the comments right now for when he comes back with this really cool special look we're gonna get here. But if you have questions, put them in the comments right now. All right.
Look at this. This just came in the mail. This just came in my mail yesterday. So this is pretty cool that we're talking about this. This is a new Tarzan top that I ordered from Carl and Hildegard. There's the great tag, Carl and Hildegard, K&H. And it's brand new Tarzan top. It just came in. And every time they send out an order, they send you a new catalog with all of their stuff in it. And the great thing about this, yeah, They take the number down. You can call them and order all kind of cool wrestling gear, mask, anything, robes. But look at, I mean, these are the exact same drawings or of their merchandise that they've been using for like literally 50 years. And if you look inside, let me go. Let's find here. Yeah. There's my old, over there on the far end right there. There's the Tarzan top. See
it? That's amazing.
You can order referee shirts, all of those different tops, the Butcher top, the Tarzan top. And then, of course, I mean, like this looks the same way. This is the same catalog that wrestlers used literally back in the 50s. This family has been doing wrestling, making wrestling gear for maybe 70 or 80 years.
This is amazing. This is awesome.
Yeah.
Like,
so they're still around.
Some things should never change, and this is one of them.
That's one of them. Carl and Hildegard.
I love that. So let's talk about superheroes. You've shown it. It's been on your hand a couple of times. We've seen it. You got the Superman ring.
Yeah.
Seen it a couple times on the hand. So how did you become interested in superheroes?
Wait, are we backwards? Am I backwards?
Maybe.
Oh,
it reads right.
Oh, it does?
On screen, it reads right to left. Yeah.
Okay, cool. That's good. Yeah, I didn't know if the S was showing up backwards.
The S is right.
Yeah, I'm a big. That's the thing that when we're going back once again to my before wrestling days, as I said, you know, I majored in art all throughout school, and what I had envisioned being, not just your typical everyday artist, I had envisioned being a comic book artist for like DC Comics or Marvel Comics. But back in the day, DC was the head honcho, you know, Superman, Batman, all of those things. It wasn't until, Spider-Man came along that everybody started switching over and kind of getting into Marvel because of Spider-Man. But yeah, I was a big DC guy.
So was there one character that spoke to you? Was it the Superman?
Yeah, I think Superman was the big deal when I was a kid growing up. I mean, this was in the, 50s and 60s that I was a big Superman fan. And so, and I of course like Batman, but Superman was it. And I think probably, Superman was the first one, like I said, in the 50s that had his own TV show. And the old George Reeves, black and white at first, the George Reeves Superman, man, that really, I was at the right time in my life as a kid that made a huge impact on me. I loved the Superman TV show. And later on, I got to meet Noelle Neal and became friends with her. We would exchange Christmas cards and everything for years. Noelle Neal played Lois Lane on the old original Superman show.
Yeah.
But yeah.
One of the things I think it's interesting is how many people in professional wrestling are superhero fans. It's such a big kind of crossover. But what's interesting to me too is that Siegel and Schuster, who created Superman, modeled the character after professional wrestlers and bodybuilders.
Right.
So the two things have been intertwined since the beginning.
If you ever get a chance, I have a big connection with when I was 7 years old. My dad got transferred from his job in Memphis to a little town about 25 miles west of Cleveland. You may know it if you were up in Toledo. A little town called Amherst, Ohio. You ever heard of it?
I have. I've lost many a football game in Amherst, Ohio.
They're
kind of a football powerhouse these days.
Yeah, the Amherst Comets. That's where I went to school. That's where I started out high school and grade school. We lived up there from the time I was 7 until the time I was 15. So we were there like 8 years or something like that. And I became a huge Cleveland fan. And speaking of Superman, Superman was not born on Krypton. He was born in Cleveland, Ohio. And if you ever get a chance, you can go there. And when you land at the Cleveland airport, there's this huge, fantastic display of Superman and telling about the fact that he was born in Cleveland. Like you said, Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster, they were just teenagers growing up, two little houses on the same street over in the east side of Cleveland. And that's where Superman was born, in Jerry Siegel's basement. These two guys got together. One of them was an artist, and the other one wrote the stories. And you can still go today and see the houses there in Cleveland. Cleveland's got some major cool houses that you can visit. The Christmas Story house is there, as a matter of fact. It's one of my all-time favorite movies. And the funny thing of all these coincidences, the movie The Christmas Story, while we were just talking a second ago, I got a text message from a guy named Scotty Schwartz, who's become a really close friend of mine. And Scotty played the part of Flick, who stuck his tongue and got frozen on the flagpole in the movie The Christmas Story. So all of these things are just happening. We talk about Carl and Hildegard. I got the tights right here. We're talking about Christmas Story, and Scotty just sent me a text, But yeah, but back to DC Comics. Yeah, that was my start, and I'd snatch up the Superman comics as soon as they came out. Unfortunately, I've had some since, but I was one of those guys that can tell you that, oh my gosh, I had all of those comics at one time, and I don't know what happened to them. My mom threw them out or something, but she did not save my comic books. She did, however, save a lot of baseball cards for me, but I wish I still had the comic collection that I had at one time. So now I know what you're getting to too. You've heard about my Batmobile, right?
I do, but I just want to mention, if you get back to Toledo, or if you get back to Cleveland, let me know. I work with the Siegel and Schuster Foundation. They're turning the houses into museums, and they're putting a statue. They're trying to get a statue of Superman at Cleveland at the city hall.
Oh my gosh, that would be awesome. Yeah, right now the crazy thing is you go there to see the houses, and one of them has some comic strip out on the fence and everything. And one of them says, this is the house where Superman was born. But just regular families live in the house now. Mm-hmm. It's not like the Christmas Story house where you can go inside and visit. But you're saying that that's what they hope to do someday?
Yep, they're buying the houses when they come on the market, and they're trying to turn it into a museum. It's great.
That will be awesome. I'll be the first in line.
Yeah, so, yeah, absolutely. I'll be right there with you. So let's talk about the Batmobile. You've achieved so many things that I wish.
Is anybody watching this right now?
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah. We've got great comments. Barucci, I love Jerry. The only thing that could hold him back from showing up today was it's his wife's birthday.
Well, tell her I said happy birthday, Nick.
Absolutely. We've got great comments about how it's heartbreaking that your mom got rid of your comics. Still a boss after all these years. So many people going, oh my God, it's the king.
Oh,
so, but yes, you've achieved a lot of things in your life that I wish to achieve in my life, like being a world heavyweight champion and, being the king. But not only was I a world heavyweight champion, this is something, the funny thing about WWE, they say, among the guys, there's a saying, if it didn't happen in the WWE, it didn't happen. But in reality, a lot of things happened outside the WWE and before guys got in the WWE. And one of the things that happened to me was I've won more championships than any wrestler in the history of this business. I've won 172 championships in my career. And they hear talk about, oh, this guy's a 16-time world champion. This guy's a 15-time. Right.
I won 172 championships.
Right.
That's
Flair. Flair has a lot, but they nowhere near that many.
Right.
But
let's get back to talking about comics.
Besides that, though,
what?
You own a Batmobile.
I do. I do. Yeah. All right. Here, I'm gonna try to do something else. So I got a nice little
holder
here for my phone, but I'm gonna try to grab it. Everything up here. I'm gonna have to cover my.
We're good.
For a second. Ow. Okay. Can you still see me?
Yep.
All right. I'm gonna take it on a tour of my house here, a little bit of it. This is kind of cool. I'm going to show you this. I'm a big fan of other artists as well, and one of my all-time favorites, one of my all-time favorite artists was Norman Rockwell. Right? Okay, let me turn. There is that's Norman Rockwell. Can you see it? Okay.
I can see it great.
Okay. I drew that picture of Norman Rockwell. So this is some
That's
of his,
awesome.
this is some of Norman's work. And here is probably I love my Batmobile, but probably my prized possession is this. That's a Norman Rockwell original, done by Norman Rockwell in 1935.
Wow.
See that signature there?
Wow.
Yeah, that's an original.
That's so cool.
Piece of Norman Rockwell's work right there. And he did, of course, all sorts of Saturday Evening Post covers.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, that's probably the coolest. It's the most expensive piece of stuff that I have. Okay, we're going to a little dark place here. Let me get this out here. I have to turn off. We're about to enter the bat cave now. Hang on. Oh, my alarm just came up on my thing. Said somebody. Okay. All right, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, this is just a little bit.
Oh wow.
There's a 10-foot tall Incredible Hulk. There's George Reeves. That was my original Superman hero right there. There's another Superman. Adam West, who was I'm a big fan of, and I did a TV show with him, and he's the reason that I became a fan of this.
Oh.
Can you see it okay?
That's beautiful. I can see it. I can see it. I'm just taking it all in.
Well, we need a couple hours. We'd need a couple hours to take it all in. Hang on. Somebody else is calling me. Okay, there we go. There's a little bit of my Superman collection. Down here, this is a piece of Superman's actual cape from the 1950s TV show.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. There, right there is a picture of, that's me and Noel Neal, Lois Lane from the TV show. Oh, yeah. All sorts of stuff here. Let's see. More old TV stuff. Do you remember what Superman looked like when his secret identity?
As Clark Kent, you know, the nerdy reporter?
The nerdy reporter, Clark Kent. Let's see. Was that this guy?
That's awesome. Oh my gosh. That's amazing.
The nerdy reporter, Clark Kent. Oh, and then also I collect a lot of Coca-Cola memorabilia. I got like 7 Coke machines in my house, different places.
That's cool. Coke is awesome too. Like, we're talking about everything you're showing us is just pure Americana.
Yeah, cool.
Like, even the crowns fit into that, you know?
Yeah.
This is the thing that, like,
this is my Cleveland sports collection.
Yeah.
Jim Brown's helmets. This is a helmet signed by all the members of the 1964 Cleveland Browns that were the last time they won the NFL championship. There's me and Bernie Kosar right there, Rocky Colavito. Just all kinds of cool stuff.
Wow.
Well, it's kind of cool to me.
Your nerd cave is your man cave, your nerdvana here is just absolutely astonishingly awesome. I can't even, like, I'm running out of words.
There they are.
Got
Spider-Man hanging out over here along with another Superman. And oh yeah, Macho Man.
And Spider-Man just has Macho Man's head at his feet.
Yeah, Macho Man's coming out of the chimney. He's down in the chimney, I think.
Well,
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
sure you know this about Randy Poffo, Macho Man. He had a promising baseball career before he was a wrestler.
Yeah, and also he was in the Spider-Man movie. Remember that?
Yes, he was. Yes, he was.
That's who Tobey Maguire.
Oh,
I'm loving my Clark Kent outfit. I think I'm going to leave that on right for a minute.
I think you should. That's a great look. We have a comment. Where did Jerry go?
There's another Dark Knight there. Deadpool. I just watched Deadpool 2 the other day. So good. I forgot how good the Deadpool movies were. And you know what else
Absolutely.
I watched? You know what else I watched yesterday and was so great? Ted 2. You remember that?
Okay. Yes.
Movie about the little bear and everything. Here's
Mhm.
there's some championships. This is my AWA World Heavyweight Championship I won in 1988. Me and Bill Dundee won the AWA World Tag Team titles. This is a world title that my son Brian won up in the WWE or WWF at the time. Memphis Legends title. Oh man, all this all kind of junk.
Oh,
My super tanning bed.
that was the Superman tanning bed.
Yeah.
Superman would have had one too, but it had to have the yellow bulbs so you get the power from Earth's sun.
Right. There's the sign. That's signed by Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster. You can see that right there. See their autographs?
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah.
I am not often at a loss for words, but I
This is a great fun thing right here too. This is my. I really turn this baby on. This is a vintage Hulk pinball machine.
that's the Lou Ferrigno machine, right?
Well, it doesn't actually. It was from the time of the Incredible Hulk TV show. Yeah. Oh yeah, this is.
Yeah. Oh
See.
man.
Or it may have been even before that. I'm not sure, but it's.
No, I think it came out right about the same time as the Lou Ferrigno show.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit of a pinball nut myself.
Are you really?
Yeah, well, and it's funny. One of the people who is part of this network that we're on here has a pinball arcade in his store.
Oh, no kidding.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that's an old Gottlieb machine.
Oh my gosh, I can't play with
That's
it.
about the right era.
Oh no!
Oh man. So
I can't use my other hand.
we're running a little short on time. But I want to ask you. Nick said you're doing a Vampirella.
I'm doing a Vampirella. Yes, I'm going to work on a Frazetta-esque Vampirella. I got her over there, see her?
Yeah. That's the iconic Vampy too.
Oh, yes, it is. I love that. Well, Frazetta, Frank Frazetta, who I was very fortunate. Wrestling has opened so many doors for me. I was very fortunate to meet and get to go to the house of and become actual friends with. I'm going to change to Superman here. Become friends with Frank Frazetta through his son, Frank Jr. And so I'm going to do a Frazetta-esque Vampirella cover.
So cool.
Say goodbye to the Batmobile.
Oh, I don't want to. I want to ride in it.
Yeah, it's I mean, I'll take it out, man. It's getting springtime. I'll be taking it out here soon.
What are the looks like when you roll by somebody in that thing?
The best.
Do the jaws just hit the ground?
Yeah, they really do. They really do. Hang on there.
Yeah, you're fine. Yeah,
change.
gotta get the hat back.
I didn't want to let anybody see me with I didn't want to see my hair today. I haven't done my hair yet.
Well, I'm lucky. I don't have any anymore, so it's not a big deal for me. But so is that something? Is that going to be a cover, or is that just a piece you're doing just as a?
No, it's probably be a variant cover.
All right, we'll be watching for that from Dynamite over there. That'll be super cool.
All right, man.
If
we've been doing this for
if
an hour,
DC were to
I know
call,
we got to be running short on time here.
we are. My last question is this: if DC were to call you up and say, "Hey, need you to put down being in the ring, need you to put down professional wrestling. We want you to come and work on Superman." How quick is the yes?
No, it'd have to be a no.
Really?
Yeah. I found out I've just never had, and Nick will attest to this, I've never had the discipline to deal with the deadlines that the comic book industry has. And I think he'll tell you also that that's probably the biggest problem that that the comic book industry has is deadlines not being met by artists and writers. It's tough.
Mm-hmm. It is tough, but I just imagine if they say, "Hey, come paint us a cover."
I would definitely do that. I would definitely be in for doing a Superman cover without a doubt.
Well, we're gonna put that out there into the ether. It's not like we know a few people. We'll see if we can make it happen.
Sounds good.
Before we run out of time, tell people where they can follow you on the social medias, where they can support you all the stuff.
Instagram is Real Jerry Lawler. Twitter, which is my favorite thing on earth, is at Jerry Lawler. And then my website is kingjerrylawler.com.
And then if you're in Jackson, Tennessee, or in the nearby vicinity, you need to get to this event this weekend, right?
Absolutely. Saturday night, 7:00. Like I said, it's Oman Arena, which is it's actually a little bit of miniature version of our Mid-South Coliseum that we have here in Memphis. It seats about 8,000 people. It's a domed stadium. It's really, really cool. And like I said, Jake the Snake Roberts going to be there. I'm going to be there. Ricky the Dragon Steamboat's going to be there. And what was the other? Ron Simmons is going to be there. So it's going to be a big show.
And all those dates, I'm sure, are on kingjerrylawler.com.
Probably. I'm a little lax on keeping up with the deadlines on keeping my website updated as well.
If nothing else, I'm sure they're on the Twitter.
Yeah, definitely on Twitter. Yes.
All right. I just have to tell you, King, this has been such a tremendous honor. My whole life I've been a wrestling fan, and you've been a part of it my whole life, and it's just been such a great. I can't tell you how much this has meant to me. So thank you for coming on my little show on this new network that we're a part of, and letting me talk to you about this stuff for an hour. It's one of the greatest experiences I've had in my life. So thank you so much.
All right. I will tell you this, though. And this is the same thing that Muhammad Ali said to me when I had him on the Jerry Lawler show back in the early 90s. He said, "I love your show and I like your style, but your pay is so cheap. Don't call me for a while."
Deal.
All right, man.
We may have to have you back on when that variant comes out, though, to sling that variant cover.
I'll do it. No problem.
All right. We'll see you. Thank you so much.
Okay. My pleasure.
Bye-bye. Guys, that was Jerry the King Lawler. Oh, my God. That Batcave. That nerd. I just can't even right now. I am so beside myself. This was an amazing, amazing, amazing hour here on the Legends Lounge. Stay tuned in just a minute for Jen and Jenna and What's in the Box. They're going to show you some great comics. It's going to be a good time. I'm going to go just sit in the corner and shake for a few minutes. We'll be back.
Oh my gosh. I just basically was sitting in the background just now saying, no, keep going. Keep going. I cannot imagine how long it took the king to gather all of those amazing collectibles. Just crazy amounts of goodness.
Shock and awe.
I have a feeling that that interview will be replayed many times just to be able to walk through that looked like garage.
That's the Batcave.
Yeah. So we're actually sitting around behind the scenes. We're backstage going, how do they dust all that?
There's got to be like some sort of like air purifier or magic.
Magic. Yeah, he probably just uses magic. He just goes in every once in a while and flexes at it. And all the dust goes away. Hi, everybody. I'm Miss Jen. And Jenna is behind the scenes.
Hi.
You're watching us on The Experience. And this show is What's in the Box?
What's in the box?
Because I literally don't know. There's 3 boxes over here of merch that I'm going to sell to you guys. And it's going to be awesome. Look, it's Chip in the house. Chip!
Shit.
Welcome. If you are brand new to the show, which I don't think anybody is right this second, but if you're watching, you just happen to be watching in behind the scenes there. It's really easy to buy from us. We sell all week long, Wednesday to Wednesday. This is actually the beginning of our selling week here on Thursday. And you can add to your piles for every show that you come and join us for, and they all get invoiced and shipped together. The invoices you won't see until this coming Wednesday, so you've got plenty of time to have a paycheck come in. I always tell people that are buying from live shows for the first time or don't have a lot of experience, pieces of paper are your friend to write down what you're spending with what show, how much, and those kinds of things. So you don't say, when the invoices come in, what did I buy from you? You'll know exactly. And when it comes in, you'll know exactly what you spent on it, which is important if you keep track of those things in your, apps. And it's good to keep track of those things. You should. I see Moon Mars coming on. Excellent. I see Richard Chip on, and Pat's still here probably. I see Mel Zach was on for probably not for me, but hey, Mel Zach. This is a fully interactive show. Please do talk to each other in the comments, but don't be like that dude that just showed up a little while ago and told way too much personal information. That will get you banned from the network, and you don't want that. We want you to stay on and talk about fun things. You're completely fine to tell dad jokes, talk about your collections, tell what your favorite thing is, talk about the comics that I'm showing. But to actually claim a comic, you just type exactly what I call it, the name of the book and its number, because sometimes I have Batman, 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 and Batman. So you don't want to say Batman because the lag might make it confusing for which Batman. So, and you can make little shorthands for things like B-Man is fine, as long as I can understand what you're asking. Talk about cars. Excellent. Talk about cars. Talk about the 405. Fast. That's fine.
My first car ever was an '89 Cadillac DeVille that me and my grandfather spent 2 years building.
Yeah, Jenna actually works on cars. She knows how to
classic
fix
cars.
those.
The newer cars, I'm a little classic cars. Me and my grandfather used to spend our summers doing that.
That's awesome. And I just ordered from the Amazon, which is the only way that I ever order anything from Amazon, or things that I absolutely desperate to have quickly. I just ordered a new mic that should allow you to hear Jenna just as well as me. So hopefully, and that should be here in a couple days. So it'll be awesome. All right, let's get going. If you have any other questions, let me know. All you guys know that I ship media rate, which is super cheap. We got to scroll at the bottom for how much is. And if you need to share your information with me, like it's your first time on the show, that will pop up very soon too. It's just Space Cadets Collection / RAG-CBSE. All right, here we go.
Well,
your check engine light is on.
I can't tell you. What is there noise? Is there like clanking? Is it new? Does it have, the great protector of the board from the diamond? I don't know how to help you. I'm sorry.
Right. You got to be more specific when you talk about things.
There is a little thing to get an AutoZone where they plug it in and tell you exactly why it's on.
Ooh, this is cool stuff. Okay. So all of this stuff is going to be cover price, unless I say something else. Okay. If I say something else to you, then it's that. But I'm not going to look at something and say, ooh, that's an awesome expensive book and up the price on it. If it doesn't have a bag or board on it in these boxes, you're going to get it for cover price no matter how hot that book is right now. That's why you start coming to this show because we give away ridiculous prices on
I
things.
think there was one last week that ended up being an almost $70 book, wasn't it?
Yep, we did. I actually this week sold a book that's a $70 book for cover price.
The problem is the light is on.
The problem is the light is on. Okay.
So it's probably just a chip.
Did you not want the light on?
It was so awesome, dear husband. Thank you.
Is this a run? Oh, please. Let me see if I can get all these together. If there is a run in these boxes, I do try to keep the run together because otherwise it breaks up a run and no one wants to do that. Ooh, this is a total run. Okay. Looks like there's more than one of these. This is Powers. Brian Michael Bendis, Michael Avon Obeng. This is, I said, Powers TV series coming to Sony's PlayStation Network this winter. You could totally hire me to do really bad voiceover. There is number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. These are the Icon company logo books. So if you want to have a run of Powers, just say Powers. They're just cover price board, every single one of them for you. We actually made sure we had plenty of them already. Oh, here's another run, but it's got some other stuff in it. Hold please. This one's got an extra variant for you. All right, so this has got that number 1, and it has that number 1, but then it has all the way to 7 in that one as well. So you can say if you want to have the one with a variant or the one by itself. That is surprising. I didn't think there were any kind of run things in here, but now we know. All right. It looks like lots of you guys are in luck because there are a bunch of these. This is Action Comics 986, part of the Only Human storyline. Just regular old cover price for $2.99.
Run DMC.
And Gorilla Groot on the cover, it looks like, trying to eat him.
Whose house?
Our house. Oh, you like my DMC? Yeah, he does his own comic book. This DMC, according to him, stands for Daryl Makes Comics.
I mean, I guess that kind of makes sense now. Yeah.
Yep. This is Action Comics 987. This is the first part of the Oz effect.
Oh, that was such a
Again, $2.99.
Such a good storyline. Action 986 for Jeff Gill, please.
Gill, it's yours. Put it in the bag and board right now. All right, and I have 987, 2 of the lenticular ones, which is also part of the Oz effect. So this is the B cover or something. Oh no, this is C cover for that book. And this one, I believe, was A. Yeah, that's the A. 3 times. You said run. D, M, C, C, C. I actually have that on my car playlist, so I hear it all the time. I can't do any good beatboxing though. I shouldn't try. Daryl Makes Comics. That's right.
Drive to Boston.
So funny. I remember when I met him and I helped them build their booth out because they came to a convention where they didn't have any, like they hadn't provided any like shelving for him. And we always travel with a lot of extra, this kind of stuff. So I just built them a backdrop and some shelves and stuff. And told him that I was a big fan and I could show, like I look like I do, right? And I'm sure he was like, "You're very nice. Thank you very much." And so then the next day I came back with I was like, "I'm going to wear my kicks tomorrow." And he was like, "Uh-huh, sure." And I came back with like 1990s era kicks, which are Adidas, right? Yeah. And he was like, you could see in his eyes, like, "I imagine who's judged you."
kind of used to that though, but
yeah, he was so kind. Both times he was very kind. It wasn't like that. It was just like, he's just like, "Oh wait, she is an actual fan." All right, this is Action Comics number 988. That's the Oz Effect number 2 and is lenticular. And if you like the non-lenticular cover, that's the C cover. I'm going to put it in front of it so we don't have Lots of space is taken over by this. You can probably get the whole Oz effect, it looks like, in this box.
I think it was,
Yeah.
what, 4 inches? 5? I can't remember.
We'll find out. This is part 3. Now I have both kinds of covers. So this one is the B cover non-lenticular version of 989, and there's the lenticular. All right, always check the kicks. That's right. It's important. Well, I wasn't wearing the right kicks when he met me. I think I was wearing like white Converse or something.
Yeah, all of my shoes are either like running shoes or like Converse. What does that say about me?
I don't know.
What is this?
You like comfy shoes.
I do like comfy shoes.
990, which is part 4. The B. 99.
99.
There's the C.
Oh, so pretty.
A bunch of people joining the network. That's awesome.
Hi.
Just a reminder to everybody, please, 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 if you get a chance sometime this week, I don't want to take you away from this show right now, but do hit the subscribe button and tell your friends to hit the subscribe button. That is how you will never, ever, ever miss a Jerry Lawler walk around his garage live. Where else are you going to get that? Seriously.
That was so crazy.
And to see his Norman Rockwell.
And then
Yeah.
he just disappeared. There was some weird dude with his glasses on.
Yeah,
at
Clark
one
Kent
point.
showed up.
I was like, where did Clark come from? But okay.
We on the experience have programming you cannot get anywhere else, and that's proof right there. All right, this is Action Comics 991, and that is lenticular.
99.
You're still emotional. I totally get it.
Yeah,
Me
I feel
too.
that.
I don't know if you saw Kyle. We're behind the scenes, like literally. We're not worthy.
I had to get up and walk away for a second because I was just like, no, oh my goodness, it's too much. It's too much.
And he didn't tell you to get lost, Kyle. He was like, he liked you, so that's good. Action Comics number 993. I mean, I always just feel like sometimes celebrities get done with interviews. They're like, I hope they lose my number. Like, I didn't feel like he felt like that.
I feel like he was like, yeah, let's do this again. I don't know.
All right, this is Action Comics number 994.
I can't because Jason's not here. Okay.
I know we need Jason.
Where's Soria?
Come on,
Soria.
Soria.
Where's Soria? I need my 99 because there's all these 99s.
I also have 998, part of Booster Shot storyline. I promise this entire box is not Action Comics. This is the last one of them. This is number 999, and it is the Fury of General Lane.
Okay, now you're just taunting. 99.
99.
Oh, starting Saturday on the Instagram, if you guys see weird pictures, it's because I'm on vacation, but I still want to give you guys some comic pictures. Okay?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I like your style.
It's not like your show. I like your style, but your pay is so lousy. Don't call me wild. I like it. All right, this is a Detective Comics number 934, and it does appear to be the second print goodie.
Ooh. It's red on the top. I like it.
Mm-hmm. And 935.
I don't know what it was about the Rebirth red on top. It was so pretty to me.
I liked it. Yeah, the second print was not junky looking. I have a 935. This is Tinian writing. These are all really beautiful copies, by the way. These are not reader beaters that I'm pulling out of this box. This is at 942. This is part of the Monsterman, Night of the Monsterman storyline. I also have 944. These are $2.99, these. All right, 945. I've got the A cover and the B cover. And 946, Victim Syndicate. I have an idea, Kyle. We need to send him some Batman merch that he doesn't have. And then he'll be like, I'm back.
What does he have? What does he don't have, though?
Oh, trust
so
me.
much.
I have definitely got Batman stuff that no one else has. Batman, I'm sorry, Detective Comics 946. 947. Oh man, someone stabbed him in the back. At 2 Batman.
At 2.
And there's the A cover. I think that was the B that he's getting stabbed. Right? I think we can bribe him with Batman stuff.
And Superman stuff.
Batman,
Like,
yeah,
he
Superman
loves it.
stuff.
The DC stuff.
All right, this is 949. Batwoman begins. And 950. This is the oversized anniversary special, League of Shadows prologue. Got no love for the DC today, even after all of that DC we just got to see.
That's why, because they're still in shock.
That's probably true. 951, League of Shadows, part 1. You guys are going to pass on the power runs. I'm going to probably list those tomorrow. So I'm going to put them down here. Take these down. Keep everything in order because that's kind of nice that it is. I like this box so far. It's going to be easy to organize it. All right, 952. This is League of Shadows. It doesn't even give you a part. You just get one thing, no parts.
It's a surprising.
953, more League of Shadows. 954, there's Rock. Do you guys say Raja Ghul or Rasa Ghul or
Is it Raja?
Raja Ghul?
What is his name?
955, more League of Shadows. The only important one is Talia, but
I do enjoy it.
956. A whole long run of League here. 957, that's the A cover. And this one is the B. Take these down. Action.
That pinball machine.
Pinball machines are awesome, but you do have to maintain them. They have a lot of working parts. You gotta make sure that they stay clean.
That's dedication.
858. 859. And I can make big old long runs out of these boxes. That's one night only. There's Zatanna in that one. Did they just announce the Zatanna thing?
Yep.
This one is 960. That's the B. There's the A. Nine, 6, 1. 9, 6, 2. You can see the end of where these unbagged things are, so probably the end of the Batman's. Detective 964. And 965. 966 is 967. 968. 970. 974. Gotta make room. Sounds like we all need to add Lawler covers from Dynamite to our pull boxes.
Yup.
This is a 977. Here you go. Here's something hiding in the middle. Teen Titans Special. Just hiding right there in the middle.
Of course.
Excuse me. Choking on my own spit. Detective Comics 977. All right, now here's the one that everyone really loves. People like the Batman one more. And this is all the good stuff from King. I have one copy only of Batman number 20, which is part of the I Am Bane. Andrew's going to take the team special.
That's why it was hiding.
Smart. This one's number 23, Brave and the Mold. Strangest team up in history. I think this has the gardener in it.
Wait, in the mold?
And I've got, I've got 3 copies of number 25. This is the first part of the War of Jokes and Riddles, which is one of the key storylines in King's Run. I feel like Tina's going to be sad when she does this one. This is kind of broken a box. All right. And it looks like it's a perfect spot for us to take a small break and hear from our sponsors and what else is coming up for the experience. And I'll see you guys in just a second. All right, everybody, welcome back. I'm Miss Jen. And Miss Hannah is behind the scenes.
I'm not Hannah.
What did I say, Hannah? That's
You
pretty
said
bad.
Hannah.
Miss Jenna. Oh no. Oh no. So used to saying it for years and years and years.
But now it's
I'll get it
Jenna.
right. I know.
Hi, guys.
Jean is so cool.
Hi.
All right. There's about this much more Batman in there. And then I saw some Transformer-y things. All right. This is Batman number 28. $29. 30. I can remember a long time ago putting this box together when I was like, well, I'm going to put all these things in order just in case. I'm very happy I did. Nice. 31. Ooh. 32. That is such a creepy cover.
I enjoy it though.
Something's about to go down. They got a plan. And then, you know, Batman, not Batman on a horse, 33. If you read the story, you know what that means. All right. These detectives are coming down.
Bye-bye.
By the way, we've got so many awesome shows in development right now. They're just on the finish line, including some game show content, which we should shoot this next week so you guys can enjoy it. This is a Batman 34. $35. And then it's funny because it skips a few. Duel with the Demon's Daughter. 39. Revealed the secret of the eternal vow with Wonder Woman on the front.
Wonder Woman.
It's like, did that just get awkward or something for him? I didn't think they had a relationship, but
I thought they did in one of the universes, didn't they?
maybe. Because I know that she and Batman and Superman were a thing.
Yeah.
41 with some awesome poison ivy on it.
Oh, I think it's when they were all villains is one thing.
Ah.
Like it's
And
Owlman.
number 42. And 42B's got really great
Ooh, that's
ivy on it.
I think that's what it was. I think they turned it into an animated show also. Oh, it's going to kill me.
And some more awesomeness. That's 43A. And there's the B with more ivy on it. Release. $44. I love this look. It's him in the mirror. We're getting close to wedding time here.
I'm talking to the man in the mirror.
All right, 46 with Booster Gold, giving the gift, which almost messes everything up completely up because remember he shows up and he messes up the timeline and find a way to get back so he can be there for the wedding.
Oh,
This is number 47. For my parents to live, I must kill Booster Gold. Oh, and there's the B cover. It's Amanda Connor's awesome work.
I could totally imagine them starting to go out on a date and then something happens and they're just like, well, all right, let's fight some stuff.
48, the best man. Crystal's in the house.
What?
Weirdly, I only have one copy of number 50. It is a first print, though. And the last couple here.
Her dress, her wedding dress.
Mhm.
Oh, the black and white on it. Oh,
This is 53 and 53B.
oh, I need a 50 for Andrew, please.
Andrew, that is yours, man. Enjoy.
Oh, sorry, this is interesting. Andrew, there you are.
Show you where the bat ends. This is all left. What's left of the bat here. 54, Shadows of the Past. 55, Battle for the Souls of Gotham. Got 56, the foil cover, and the B cover, which has got Batman and Nightwing. I think that's Bettina. I've got 58, the Penguin Has a Secret. Does he now? 59, Dark Knight Criminal. There's a one copy of 60. I'm not going to make room one more time. Then I see some fun pool.
Ooh.
Okay. I've got one copy of 68. That is definitely like bachelorette party. Number 70, Trapped by Madness. 72. 73, Back on a Horse. Thomas Wayne. 70, 4, and the Batman Annual number 3. And that is all the bats. In this case, if you watch this show in review, like you were late or something, I should be able to find these boxes if you decide you want any of these things at cover price. But just for the next 24 hours, then it goes back in the stacks where I probably won't see it again for a while. All right, this is Unbelievable Gwenpool number 22. Cover price. There are quite a few copies there for you. Doom sees you, it says. Ooh, Transformers. Okay, here's Transformer stuff. This is Transformers More Than Meets the Eyes, number 2A. 22 goes.
The math. No,
Here.
Moon. I'm sorry. Moon.
No.
I'm blind.
Moon Mars. Okay, number 6B. Same series. 6A. 7A. Great close up. 9B. 11B. 12A. 13B. 13A. 16B. If anyone's just joining, it's just all cover price today. 17B. And 18A. This is a Spotlight book. This is Spotlight Thundercracker, cover A. And cover B. I'm sure you guys have a favorite Transformer, and it might be this one, Spotlight Megatron B. And a Megatron A. Weirdly, I don't even know who Thundercracker is. So bad. I have only 2 copies of this. This is the 100-page spectacular Transformers Regeneration 1. That's how thick they are. They're almost like a graphic novel.
It's a thick book.
They are not square bound. They're just the regular binding. All right, this is a Robots in Disguise Transformers 9A, 9B, 10A, 10B, 11B, 13A. This is part of a Dawn of the Autobots. This is number 28. And here is the annual from 2012. That is the B cover. Transformers. Why is this backwards? Ooh, I see Vampirilla. Oh, I hope you guys like Vampirilla stuff. Let's see what this part is, though. Oh, this is all Regeneration 1 stuff. Who's my other Regeneration? Okay, this goes with this stuff. All right, I have Regeneration 1, number 0, cover A. Number 0, cover B. This one says it's number 81, which is interesting. This is 81, cover B. This is a retro book, retro cover. This is 82, cover B. It's Dinobot month. 83, cover A. 87, cover A. 89, cover B, the Dinobot's old cover looking one. That is 89A. Where's with Dino?
Transformers with Dino.
There you go. Moon Mars. Number 90, cover A. 90, cover B. This is 93, cover B. 93, cover A, and that's the end of Transformers. Batman goes back. Let's play the Vampirillas. Ooh, I got a big old bunch of Vampirilla. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And we just found out that Mr. Lawler was going to do a Vampirilla cover. So how crazy is that?
The art's so pretty.
All right, Vampirilla versus Fluffy the Vampire Killer. That is a Dynamite one-shot. I have just one copy. It says Fluffy on it.
Okay.
All right, this is Vampirilla Strikes. Number 1 is a cosplay cover. Does have a little bit of spine stress to it. Number 13.
I did the first Vampirilla.
Got it.
For Moon Mom.
Gotcha, Moon. This is a Fabiano cover of Vampirilla number 13.
Oh, now I'm confused.
And this is, let me see if I can figure it out.
Vampirilla 13 for Russell G, please.
Got it. Trying to figure out who this other, I've got another 13. Not Ross. That one, no. Rice. I don't know. We'll just call it that other cover. Really pretty, but I cannot tell you who the cover artist is. I have another of the 13 other covers also. So that's Russell G.
There's Vamp 13. And then other cover?
Mm-hmm. The other cover.
For Moon Mars.
Moon Mars.
Thank you.
Do we get those two different things, Russell G, or just one thing? Amp Buffy.
So that first Vamp, yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Do you have another of the other covers?
I only have one more of this one, the Fabiano.
Okay. He already has that one.
I have a number 21. That's
Hi, Roy.
Fabiano. Roy! I've got 3 copies of number 26. I've got 1 copy of 26 Perillo, but it does have damage to it, so I'm just going to do that one for $2. We'll just have to leave that one raw.
You know what I'm surprised about? We get dad jokes, we get duck jokes, we get weird bar jokes, but we've never got a llama joke.
No llama jokes?
No llama jokes. Vampire 26, please.
I'll begin the first one. Russell G.
That is a beautiful cover.
And this one is 26 Fabiano. Okay, I have got quite a few copies of this, so a lot of people can claim it. This is Dark Shadows Vampirilla, number 1. Only the shadow knows. Mm-hmm. And I've got number 2.
I think I'm going to order a pizza tonight.
Yum.
Nope, we're not doing this. We're not doing this today. We're not going to talk about the food today.
Yeah, not right. We're in the middle of it. Later. Vampirilla Southern Gothic, number 4.
Dark Shadows 1 and 2
For Moon Mars. Okay.
Oh, the two of them going back and forth, and I'm loving it.
I like it when there's 2 people that love something. Now, see this is what happens. Now you guys know that you can hang out because you like the same stuff.
Yay! They can make their own little like book club.
This is also, there's two other people. There's like Tina and
I think Pam.
no,
Angela?
yes, Angela Spires. Yep.
Yeah.
This is Vampirilla Southern Gothic number 5. We've got one copy of Vampirilla Red Room number 1. There's like 3 copies of Vampirilla versus Dracula number 6. They do have a little bit of spine stress. Those are by Limsner.
Those are by Pretty.
Mm-hmm.
Vamp Red 1. 3 of the regulars buying all the Batman. Yeah.
It was true. Vamp v. Dracula goes to Jeff Field and Russell G. Okay. Looks like I have one copy of this only. This is Root number 1 in-store convention kickoff variant. One of those. Cover price is $3.99. Ooh, here you go. You guys are gonna win. This is a Knights Spider-Man number 1 Matt Kent. There are 4 of those. Groot is claimed. And all the books in the box just try to kill me.
Oh.
Jumped at me scarily.
Was there another Groot or just one Groot?
Just one.
Aw, Moon got it today. And then ASM number 1 for Andrew, please.
Anyway, it's just regular SM. I'm just making sure I'm getting the right thing for you. All new X-Men number 18. That is the 1980s variant, where all the characters look like they're from the 80s.
Let's go back to the 80s.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. You should not make it out of this. This is Superior Spider-Man number 30, second printing.
Oh. Look at
That cover.
Oh, it's that cover. Eh?
So iconic. There's 4 of them there. What time we got? Oh, we're good. Superior for Moon.
Yeah. It's a thick book, too.
Right, Avengers Operation Hydra. Looks like good old Kirby goodness there. It's a number 1, and it is the variant. And the Hydra.
Hey. Shh. It's. You do it real quiet.
I apologize if I'm blinding anyone with my legs. I've not been outside in a great long time. And who am I fooling? They've never had any color to them. Kingpin number 1, Civil War 2. What? These are both signed by Matt Rosenberg. I never ever saw that before. Look, there's an MR on there. And that's definitely Matt. There you go. Cover price for signed Kingpins. Crazy. I have one copy of Collapser number 3.
Kingpin for Moon Mars. Moon. Jump from the moon, go over to Mars.
There you go, Moon.
And Kingpin for Jeff Gill.
Right, there go. They go. Martian Manhunter number 12 of 12 of the Maxi series. This is a series in which they let him be a jet.
Gosh, there's so many people on here. So cool.
Okay. These are all Civil War II. This is the 0 variant. I think these all connect together.
Martian Manhunter for Russell G, please.
All right, we got to do Dude Bro fist bump. This is my man. All right.
Would you say he's your favorite DC character?
He is very much. I like him because he's like really like damaged. He's a damaged character. I like damaged characters so much. It makes me feel bad for them. Like I should fix them.
The sketchy one.
War 2?
Yeah,
this is
Civil War
0?
Civil War 2, number 0.
Yep, this is the 0 moon. Just making sure I'm getting the right thing for you. 0.
Wait, see, Civil War 2.
All right, here's Civil War 2, number 1. Number 1 sketch.
They all line up together.
Off to short class. Is it class for short people?
Hey.
Or just a short class?
I don't need this.
Oh, they do connect. Look, it's connecting right there. See?
That's what I just said.
But this one skips a bit. So this is Civil War 2, number 3. This is actually the one where Bruce Banner gets it in the eye. He dies.
Jeez.
He gets shot in the eye with an arrow.
Hey, Pam. She wants superior.
Okay. There's the number 1 from Moon Mars. Superior goes to Pam. 3 goes to Moon Mars. I like this, the number 3, because it's got both Captain America and Daredevil, and it's got Jane Foster Thor on it.
Pam? And these are both Moon?
I believe so.
Perfection. Avengers Hydra for Pam, please.
Ooh. Pam's coming in and making some damage. Like it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and number 5 of the connecting cover set. Civil War 5. Bam.
Hey. Keep that to yourself. That sounds like that dog from where he just goes.
Oh, you're Muttley. Someone in Muttley.
The thing.
Someone in Muttley something.
Okay.
The End, Captain America. This is the A cover. Just got one of those. By the way, we really did have a show on the Comic Book Shopping Network, I think, where I just showed up and I was like, I just want to do nothing but Secret Empire, which was the whole Hydra storyline. And I totally did an entire 2-hour show with nothing but Hydra, I think.
Oh my God.
I kept on pulling it out. I have a secret stash of Empire.
Of course you do.
I do. I love it so much.
I don't even question these things anymore.
Just believe me when I say a stash. Whatever. Captain Marvel, Braver and Mightier. Cover artist is one of my favorite cover artists because I like to say their name is Shitty. What's that? That's his name.
Jen said the thing.
S-S-C-H-I-T-I.
She said a name.
That's his name.
I'm gonna go cry.
I can't not say their name. The End, Captain Marvel, number 1.
I would have just named them Shooty or something.
Yeah. I'm sure he pronounces it some way, so people won't just say that out loud. This is Captain Marvel, number 7. This is part of the War of the Realms.
Or he would be like, no, that's how you say my name because I see you cringe, but nah, I want to see you cringe.
We don't forget it, though. That's for sure. Great looks. All right, this is also part of the Warm Up to War of the Realms. This is Avengers number 14. Avengers number 15. Avengers number 16 with Blade on the cover.
Ooh, Blade.
Avengers number 17. Do I have more? No, it skips a few.
Ooh, kind of chilly today. Mm-hmm. Oh, 37. That's crazy.
Hey, Paul.
Today is
We'll show a couple more and then we'll go to the breaks. This is Avengers number 21. And 22, Challenge of the Ghost Riders, part 1. And 23, Attacked by Avengers Mountain. I mean, you live inside of a celestial. What do you expect? All right, everybody, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll see you guys back in just a couple.
Gosh, today is just flying by.
Mm-hmm. Big time. That one guy is not over his thing, so maybe we were not going on break.
Oh, no.
We're not breaking. That's a full What April Fool's?
April Fool's. That is a good April Fool's.
That was a knee slapper.
Oh, it's much better than when my sister tried to pull. Like, I'm pregnant. Like, no. There's already 5. Please stop. April Fool's.
I think Kyle's in recovery for his last interview.
Yeah. Did any big April Fool's happen to you today?
To me?
Yeah.
I mean, not yet, but I don't like to court disaster.
Yeah.
All right, this is Avengers No Road Home, number 1. All right, here comes that one guy. Kyle, we're ready for break if you are.
It's what we do in the comic shop. It's what we do in the comic shop. When we power down those neon lights in the back room, we're still burning bright with Dr. Christie, real sweet too. It's time to move some back issues. It's what we do in the comic shop. 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 It's closed.
To be continued. 3 little words that hold the secret to the next great story. 3 words that will thrill you, confound you, give life to new possibilities. Every variation of To Be Continued is a promise of adventure, a promise of excitement, a promise of unseen wonders and unexplored worlds, a promise that every issue you read makes you a part of a never-ending journey, and behind every page there will be an unopened door waiting for you. This story to be continued at your local comic book shop today. Visit comicshoplocator.com today.
Hey, y'all. I see that friends of the show, Jesse Smith and Paul Talbot, are on. That's awesome, and welcome.
Hi.
Just a general reminder, if you do not have a local comic shop near you, or if you're going to go on vacation and you want to know how to find one, super easy. Comicshoplocator.com is the way to find them. It should be fairly accurate as long as your local comic shop is paying attention and changing up anything that changes, like their store hours or those kinds of things. But so I always say, call them, because COVID, may have made them forget that they changed their hours. You don't want to show up and be like, they're closed on Mondays or whatever. And support as many stores as you can, because Lord knows there's only like 1,500 of us out here. And we love comic books so much, just like you. So go drop a couple of dollars wherever you travel.
From shore to shore.
From shore to shore.
Shore to shore.
Aha! This is Savage Sword of Conan, number 1. By the way, anyone that's just joining us, these are all cover price. Just call them the way I call them. Put them in the pile for you. You can shop with me all the way till Wednesday. Then you get invoiced. Savage Sword of Conan, number 9. I know what you're thinking. It's Thursday right now. I'm like, I know.
It's our
Just
Monday.
shop for a long time.
Conan number 1 for Andrew, please.
Andrew is just waiting for the things.
Mm-hmm.
This is Age of Conan Valeria. It's an Anacleto cover for that.
Yes, we did pay vegan.
Well, I guess it's vegan, but it's not battle lines, because there were battle lines when they didn't have vines, but they had no trade dress on them. This is Conan Serpentmoor #1. That's the other thing, you guys. I'll teach you something cool. When you have something on there like this is called trade dress. So if someone says, I'm sending you a comic book that has trade dress, or an image that has trade dress, that's what they're talking about. And if they don't say it has trade dress, this is soon to be the virgin version of a copy.
Well, we can't type that. So we call it
Nope.
vegan.
We call them vegans just because otherwise some social medias think we're talking about
Something else.
something else. And we're not. It's a new box time.
You have that one book which is not on my list, but you know what I want. Okay,
Yeah.
Brainy.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay,
Huh?
Brainy.
I do. Oh, by the way, Brainy, I did include your Sexy Keanu board that you claimed. So I hope I get my 0.25 or 0.025 or 0.0025 of Bitcoin soon to pay for it. Thank you.
It's 25 cents of Bitcoin.
Oh, snap. There's good indies in this box. Yeah. You know that action hero movie I second print. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
We
We know all the things.
No, the questions we've been getting today, Brainy, have been because we have Jason David Frank coming to the store on Saturday. We've had all these instructions on our social medias and everywhere else, but people are still calling and we're like, did you read the instructions? And they're like, yes, like follow them.
I read them, but I want you to tell them to me again.
I think they're just really worried they're going to miss getting to meet him. And we just keep on telling them, like, he has assured us he is not leaving until he actually gets to everybody. So
Yeah.
don't worry. I get Jerry's message. Yep. Jerry's our other
Other bro dude bro?
yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I did not.
I see nothing.
This is something I need to know right now. Dollface #15. Sorry.
Oh, I love Dollface. That was such a fun series to read. Not kid appropriate though.
At all.
No.
None.
Nobody under like kid. Don't do it.
No. All right.
Nay nay.
Making room.
So you've reserved 2 copies of Berserker #1 second print for me, right?
I don't think I'm getting but 1 copy because I think I ordered 2. And they're allocating them, so I think that means I get 1.
Yay!
I literally have like 500 copies of A and B at least, so I don't need second prints.
He sent you a mind link.
A mind link, like you to travel back in time. Did you send it off the right satellite? Because I don't know if I got it.
Are you sure you didn't send it to one of the other Jennifers in the area? There's a lot of us.
Oh, that might have happened also.
There's a lot of us, you know?
This is Red 5 Comics Afterburn #2. This series is a very pointy book. I don't know if I can tell you the pointy parts, but anyway. By the way, anyone else that ever watches me, if I know something from a publisher, but I'm not really allowed to tell you what it is, I will call it something a pointy book. So the inference is that it might be in development, there might be something special going on with it.
If she points, it's a good point.
Yeah, that's right. And
It's
I
a
just
good
stopped
point.
pointing at them. I just started saying they're pointy books, but that's what it means. All right. Stabby Bunny #6. That is the
Oh.
homage cover. I don't think I've had one of these in a while.
I don't know that word.
Yeah. Oblivion Song #2. That's pretty early for a Kirkman book. I mean, since everything Kirkman touches is gold.
Can confirm.
This is Material #1. I have not heard of this series. It's an image book, though. Oh my gosh. Will you give me my 1 star?
Oh my god.
They're my
please.
favorite. I like 1 star.
I'm going across the street to 7-Eleven. Oh,
By the way,
Afterburn.
Brainy's my friend. That is why he's giving me
Yes,
heck.
it is.
He is allowed to give me heck. You guys are also allowed to give me heck, I guess.
But if you give too harsh of a heck,
Yeah, don't
I give back.
go and report Brainy to
No.
YouTube. He's totally cool. Harley Quinn #49. By the way, also Brainy is that dude that spins the records for you on Saturday night on Twitch. So if you put him in, Facebook jail, then that'll be sad.
Oh, please don't.
And number 49B with a Reaper cover. It's the Taji Beats.
So I did a thing today. I traded a bunch of Naruto boxes for some NFTs. Okay.
Yeah?
Okay. Oblivion Song 2. Sorry, Pam. Did we get another one?
No, Pam, sorry. That went to Jeff Gill. You bought a new mixer? Woo! Rainy, it's not like this anymore, right? No one goes like this. Waka waka. It's all digital.
Buttons.
It's buttons.
And like little.
Woo! My nephew for a little while liked to do some DJing stuff and was cutting music, but I don't know if he does it anymore. Surface Tension, number 1, J-Gun. Oh, why is this backwards? That is annoying.
What was that image? What was the number 1 again?
The number 1 is Surface Tension or Material. The first one I said was Material, which is the one that I hadn't seen before. This is
Gill wants Surface Tension in a moment.
Surface Tension. We got plenty of those. So if other people want
I also
Surface
need
Tension,
one for Meat Beat.
okay.
Because you know me, I like to try out new things.
There are very saggy zombies on that cover.
I kind of like
Here,
it.
it's Nicket.
I'm weird like that, you know?
All right, this is Ether, Matt Kent, and David Rubin. Also, number 1. This is a Dark Horse book.
Why did I even put this away?
Ooh. This is done manga style. This is a Nightmare Before Christmas Zero's Journey from Tokyo Pop. That's number 6.
That's so good.
Oh yeah, those are, if you like those, they're super hard to get individual issues of, but they did make trades for them. So
Oh, I need the Ether number 1 for Andrew, please. Or no, I'm sorry, Jeff Gill was first. Did you have more than one?
which one?
Ether?
This one so far. I mean, you can't tell what's in these boxes because I don't know.
So it looks like Jeff Gill got it first.
Got it. A gold edition standalone controller for. That's a lot of hyphens.
So this is what it is, huh?
I got
Okay.
a podcast mic today.
Oh.
It'll come a couple days. Nightwing number 56. Well, the spinner decks are there, so you could use them for pretend if you wanted. Ooh, Magic Order number 2. I believe that's a B cover. Another thing that was really awesome, that's a Mark Millar. So Mark Millar stuff is also at First Looks for, I think, Netflix. Here is Battlestar Galactica, number 1, old school Battlestar.
Magic Order number 2 for Jeff Gill, please.
Got it.
Bam.
You wait to make it populate because I think we do have someone on the other thing that populates later. You can actually scratch. Nice.
Okie dokie.
All right, here we go. This is Doomsday Clock number 6, 7, and 8 with a kitty cat.
That whole series was phenomenal.
Just took forever for it to finish, right?
Yeah. Because I think they were doing like one every other month or like one every 3 months or something. It was weird, but it was so good. And that anticipation was just like.
It's worth the wait, but it did feel like it was going to take a couple years to finish. And I think it did.
It did.
Batman Beyond number 28.
I think we have a couple of the trades.
Yep. It's probably something that's going to be evergreen. Damage number 9. This is part of the Dark Knight's Metal storyline and the foil 10. Oh, go Power Rangers number 17.
Can you hand me a Beyond 28, please?
Got it.
And I'll wait a second and see who's at the top.
There you go. Oh, you didn't get your Guitar Heroes? All my confirmation messages from the warehouse staff today about shipping. I just haven't had a chance to send it off to you guys because I've been live most of the day. So I will try in the next couple of days to get those images off to y'all. Bloodborne number 8, cover B. Hey, from Grant Morrison, Pax Americana, number 1.
Row your ship.
Shippity, shippity, ship, ship, ship.
Oh, shippity ship, 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 ship.
I feel like all of these are turned the other way now. What in the world? Okay. Pam, are you on here? Because there's some sagas in there. I know you were looking for sagas earlier. I saw some saga in this box. Saga time.
Ooh.
There is saga number 50. Someday they'll get back on saga. 48.
Or else we'll riot.
45. Red Hood and the Outlaws, number 3. From Eastman's company that he hasn't done another book out of, but I like the ones when he did them. This is Radically Rearranged Ronin Ragdolls. I think that was like cover E or something.
Right, give me a sec. Roy, so all of these are going to be cover price. Looks like Andrew is the top for Saga 50. And then a couple of other ones coming down.
Okay. Brady, I have no 1, 2, or 3. Good try. Good try. And Drawing Blood, number 1, also from Eastman's company. Did those 2 series. Ragdolls was just one-shots. And then that was it. Maybe I'll come back with 2 more.
I'm so sorry, Pam. That one got called by Andrew.
Pam's on the spot where it's usually the fastest.
Yeah. Weird.
Hanna-Barbera Future Quest, number 4.
Drawing Blood.
Nexus, gotcha. To yours, sir. I might not have done. It might be stuck underneath his stuff over there. The brown bag.
Ah, that's it. Okay.
All
His
these.
name's on the bag, so I will leave it like that.
Do you want this one too? The Ragdolls? Okay, Andrew. Pam can have the 50, he says.
Aww.
I can't tell you where she is. This is part of the game. That's like cheating. I'm not a narc. All right, Lucifer, number 9.
I don't know what that means.
What part?
Frank and all Houston?
Yeah, frick it all. Frick it all. The Eastman. He wants that Eastman too.
Oh, okay.
Faith, number 2.
Oh, I love Faith.
That is some variant. We're going to call this the pink variant. And this one is sitting on an airplane variant.
Faith is definitely one of my favorite heroes out there. Super underrated.
Remember when this
More
series was
people-
out and it was nuts. Like we could not keep it in. And there's the A cover. It was the first time that this generation, I think, had seen a positive role model, real sized hero.
Yeah. Oh, so Pam said a big thank you.
Oh. This is Blue Beetle Afterbirth, number 1. This is the Blue Beetle that's going to be awesome and big time. Not first appearance or anything, but still a good book to have right now. I've got Wacky Raceland, number 3. I've got Tank Girl, number 4. 2 girls, 1 tank, cover B. Pow!
My 8-year-old boy, sorry.
Telling you, Petty's always going to be Tank Girl for me. There's nobody that can be Tank Girl for her. Kong of Skull Island, number 2. There might be something related to that.
Great girl, please.
Tank Girl. I should make you say pow if you're to call it. That's what I call it. 4001 AD, number 4. This is cover D.
And Kong, please. All right, so ship got Tank Girl.
Kong gets called by Moon Bars. I've got Bloodshot Reborn, number 16. Lemire did so many good books between him and Matt Kent over at, uh, certain era Valiant. It's good now, but it was great then. Future Quest number 5. There's Space Ghost, Coast to Coast. I wonder if we could hire Space Ghost for the network. He's got decent work ethic. This is Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles number 64. There's your B cover. You know a guy? Ooh, 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 ooh.
He said, shh, shh.
No one's taking Stab You. I don't understand that.
These knows it, guys. I have a new Stab Anybody shirt. I should have worn that today. I'm so sad.
I gotta remember to take home. I've got a Hero Cats t-shirt here, but I don't ever remember to take it home.
For shame.
This is Exo Man of War Polybag number 49.
A pox. A pox upon your household.
I like this box, man. It's nice and mishmashed. This is Judge Dredd number 9.
I wish I had more Judge Dredd Aliens Predators because I love that. I loved it. I just found out about it. Now I'm in love. I need more. I only have the first 2 issues and I need the rest.
Oh, man. Manifest Destiny number 23. For the Sasquatch storyline. This is number 67. A 68 Eastman cover.
Judge Dredd for Richard Schiff.
69 Eastman cover.
You made a dream. By the way, Carl playing Judge Dredd in the Dredd movie was phenomenal.
Yeah.
It made me love that man even more. And then he played Butcher in The Boys, and he was the Doc in Star Trek, and it was just like, I'm in love. 69 East for Moon Mars.
Got it. Hey, also to go with your faith, there's a number 1 there.
Oh.
And number 4, the number 5 election special, and number 5 without.
Yes, Roy. Yes, he is. So what's funny is he's the only person on my list.
What do you mean?
You know how there's like, if there's ever this like never impossibility.
Oh, the
yeah.
list. I know what you mean.
Yes. I never would. But I would probably hug him a little tight.
Mm-hmm. All right, Book of Death, number 1, which I'm currently reading at home. That is the variant.
The one with all the turtles on it?
Yeah,
yes.
It was the one he called. God Killer Black Mask, number 3. It's really, really hard to find Black Mask anything back issues.
Have you gotten to all the art in the back of the book yet?
I have not.
Ah, Book of Death, number 1 for Jeff Gill, please.
That is yours. Kong of Skull Island, number 3. I don't know if that's the same. Was that the number we had before? In any case, there's another one there. I didn't remember if we had 2 people call. I'd give it to the second person. I know that some people are looking for this. The original Britannia series is impossible to find. There is number 2.
Kong from Moon Mars, please.
There it goes. It was a sci-fi series. I have to think about it.
I don't remember. There was like short-lived and died. Was that the one where he was in the movie with Jarvis, the actor who played Jarvis? What was it called? Priest? They did a series for that for a little bit. It was really good.
I like the original.
Shit. I did.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Universe, number 2, subcover. Manifest Destiny, part 6 of the Sasquatch storyline in number 24. Oh, okay. Guys, grab this up. This can't get any more pointy than it is right now. Night Owl Society, number 2. This is a James Venhouse book. It's just a 3-issue series. There's a number 3. Very pointy. Thank you. I like it. We have our own little icon. Pointy books. All right, I've got Batman Beyond Rebirth #1 and Vixen Rebirth #1.
Night Owl 2 and 3 for Jeff Gilbert.
Smart purchases. Stick those away for a rainy day. But read them first. Monsters Unleashed #1, Cullen Bunn.
Being #1? Oh, Beyond. Beyond #1. Okay.
There's a Beyond.
For Andrew.
Gotcha. All right, let's see these down. All right, this is Kaiju Max #1. It has a cover price of $1 because it's one of those jump-in point ones. Kaiju Max is about kaiju that are in a prison for kaiju. So it's like Orange is the New Black, but with giant monsters.
Kaiju for Moon Mars.
There you go. And there are like 5 series, and they just started at 6. So if you like them, you can totally get the trades. Weapon X #2. There's an homage cover. I can guarantee you, I just had a talk with someone about this, about how expensive those have become. So enjoy your newfound wealth. This is impossible because it does not have a thing on the front. Sorry. This is Planet of the Apes Green Lantern #2. And it is a vegan cover. Cover price of 100 pennies. That's right. Here is Royals #1. Ewing writing.
Ooh, that was a good storyline.
Another Planet of the Apes Green Lantern, but this is #1. Suicide Squad, Banana Splits. It also has the Snagglepuss Chronicles in there. That's the #1.
I forgot they did that whole series.
Mm-hmm. They were really good. Here you go. Here's another Space Ghost reference. Green Lantern Space Ghost bonus feature, Rough and Ready #1. Booster Gold, The Flintstones bonus feature, The Jetsons #1. By the way, that bonus feature is heartbreaking. I think it tells you the story of their house robot. If I remember correctly, it was the best part of that book. All right, Max Bemis, Lucy Dreaming #1. Boom. If I were you, I'd just buy every Boom #1 I could. Because the way it's going now, you're going to see it on TV soon. Also from Boom, Namesake #1. That's Steve Orlando. There is a #3 in this box as well. And from Black Mask, Quantum Teens Ergo #1 and #2.
Namesake for Brandon.
There's the #1. Also, Boom, Victor Laval's Destroyer. This is #2. Dietrich Smith.
All right, I need Namesake 3 for Brandon Luck and Quantum 1 and 2 for Brandon.
Okay, hand those all together.
Lumber's trying to get away from me.
All right, Bill and Ted Save the Universe.
Again?
#1. So funny when people stand in our breezeway and think that no one can hear them as they like yell on their phone. So I've gone outside one time and I've just been like, no way, really?
I've done that once or twice too. Where I'm like, hey, that sounds awesome.
Or the teenagers that go down and they sit on the benches and they think that they're getting away with stuff. I walk out, I'm like, hey, how y'all doing?
I see what you're doing.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Universe #1 subcover. And #2 subcover A. Like there's Universe down there. All right, this is a Vertigo title called Deathbed by Joshua Williamson. This is #1. Please, please tell me that the bed is deadly, because that would be hilarious. All right, everybody, we're going to take our last break, and we're going to come right back in just a couple. You are watching Minute to Skim It on the Experience, so hello. All right, we've got lots of books to review for you guys today. And Hannah just basically showed up just the number ones and showed them to me, and I was like, oh, we have
just for the indies.
Just for the indies, yeah. I was like, we have got a lot to do. Hi, guys. Welcome back. Hannah's here.
Hello.
Now, when I say Hannah, I'm not going to be feeling dumb. Everyone say goodbye to Jenna. She's going to run off to a family emergency. So send her your love and your prayers, please.
Bye.
All right. This is the October Faction Supernatural Dreams #1, Steve Niles. Jeff, we got your Lucy Dreaming. All right, #1 with a bullet. This is also a #1.
All I can ever think of is that Fall Out Boy song.
Yep, me too.
Mm-hmm.
I actually like that song a lot.
I do too.
And The Hard Place. This is an Image book #4.
Is that the Good Place spinoff?
No. All right, this is Quantum and Woody #1 foil. Who's back there?
Shanice.
Oh, it's like I know she was still back there to get rid. And a #2, that's the pre-order edition. Bullet gets called.
Yeah.
Jeff came to be serious.
Mm-hmm.
All right, this is Bonehead. This is another Image title. This is by Hill, but I don't know which Hill we're talking about here. I don't think it's Joe. Bonehead #1 and #2. I kind of remember there being a bunch of hardcore parkour in this, but I can't remember for sure.
That one was really good. I didn't get past #2 though.
Seem to remember it coming out during some weird crisis, not
Yeah,
COVID.
I think it was maybe it was Harvey.
Maybe it was Harvey. You're right. We got really distracted by Harvey.
Yeah.
Boneheads get called. All right, this is a Void Trip. I have #1. This is a Ryan O'Sullivan. And #2. I remember there being a lot of drug usage in this series.
Yes.
Are they hauling drugs across the universe, or they're just drug users? Can't remember.
I don't remember because you reviewed that one.
When I go back and read it again, because I have a feeling that was ridiculously awesome. I remember she was like a young person, and that was the grizzled old dude. Retcon, also an awesome Image book series. Issue number 1 and number 2. This is the way to get the books. You don't have to go hunt for the early books. The later ones should be easier, yeah. From Vault Comics, an early Kate's book, Reactor. I cannot wait for him to start putting giant mechs into crossover, but you know he will. These are giant mechs versus zombies, I believe. Really? That's number 1. This is an Image book, Image Skybound book called Crude by Steve Orlando. This is the number 2. It feels so weird that I've got this show a whole hour earlier. I'm so used to getting out of here so much later. Reactor. It's called by Russell G. Death of Love. There's a number 1. That one does have a little bit of rubs of something on the front cover. And there is a number 2. That one doesn't have anything on it.
I have that series. I never finished it.
No?
Mm-mm. I'm so behind.
Oh, this is so sweet. This is Kick A, issue number 1. This is not the original Kick A. This is the second character that showed up. And there's number 2. Do an extra hour. I think there's an actual show that comes on after me. This is Immortal Men number 1. Dark Knight's Metal. This is The Looking Glass Crossfire. It was a free comic book day book. You guys can have it for free if you want to call it. That stuff's up to the producer.
Yeah. But it's Hannah.
But it's Hannah.
Jenna
You
had
just
to go.
got Hannah. That's right. All right, Crossfire gets called. Will you mark out the 6 there and put free on it so it doesn't accidentally get called another way? Tito! Did you get your tractor yet? I want pictures of you on the tractor. Coolness. Adam Strange Future Quest with bonus feature Top Cat. Tina, the very beginning of the show, you might go back and review because it's a whole bunch of really good DC. You're welcome to call it. Like send me messages later on for
What
it.
is this one for? Because I don't see it.
You don't see it? That's
Yeah.
Tina.
Okay.
Commandi Challenge number 3.
Yeah, if she's on YouTube, I can't see it right now because it doesn't. The experience doesn't work on iPads because it doesn't work on Safari. Yeah.
Okay. On the 23rd. Cool. Justice League of America Rebirth number 1. See, I'm silly. I always feel like you can just go down to the tractor store and have them haul over a tractor. Just drive it home along the blacktop.
I think you can in Texas.
I know you can because we used to get stuck. We go on Sundays. We go on drives after church because we didn't have a lot of money, but we could go and just like drive and have fun.
Mm-hmm.
But I can remember being stuck on farm roads behind tractors as they were just going from field to field.
Mm-hmm.
Champions in number 4. Those were the good old days. We used to just drive around and listen to The Shadow and Prairie Home Companion. This is Justice League of America Atom Rebirth number 1. Bishop gets called. Hello. The Fall and Rise of Captain Atom. I remember this being a good series, but taking a while to come out as well.
Mm-hmm.
Taking these down. Ouch.
I got my shots today, so I'm itchy.
So they put stuff in you that you are allergic to?
It's to build up an immunity. But it's still enough that I, get itchy, but not enough to kill me.
You're also going to get a John Deere. Oh, like the ATVs. That'll be perfect, Tina. Just be careful with those, the 4-wheel things, because I've heard so many people say that they rolled theirs and, smashed themselves underneath them. It'd be bad.
Yay!
Mainly here, yeah. To bring in from the front porch into the house, she needs a vehicle. Got your shots. All right. Did any Metal Gear comics accidentally fall into the box? No. Did you get my pictures, Moon? Hope you got them. Hopefully I didn't send them to the wrong person.
Mm-hmm.
Oh!
Yeah, that's the worst.
All right, this is Avengers, all new, all different. Number 1, Mark Waid. And in number 6 with stinking Beware the Vision on the front. I bet you that's spiked. Got 7 fillings? I think you said you had 4. That's a lot.
No, I'm supposed to get 4, but they forgot I had my appointment because they didn't have me in the system.
All right, all new, all different Avengers Standoff. That is number 7. Don't get your COVID shot the same week as the other stuff. No, that seems like a smart thing to know. I thought they gave you like a fill out your things. They'd let us know if you've had other shots. This is Amazing Spider-Man and Silk, number 2. More candy. You need lollipops, right?
I don't think that would prevent the cavities, though.
No. No. All right, this is Power Man and Iron Fist, part of the Civil War II storyline. There is number 9, 8, and 7. Oh. This doesn't make sense being in here, so I'm going to take it out. Because there's also a number 6. It's like it got stuck in the back of someone else's collection here. 6. And Solo, number 1. Okay. Ooh. Oh, you're going to have to hunt some pieces that are missing here. This is Mother Panic, number 1. Number 3. Number 4. And number 6. Clowns. Here is Pestilence, number 1. This is the first series from Aftershock. Then the second series was like Pestilence, Son of Satan.
Me too. I hate going to the dentist so much, even though I love my dentist.
Oh, man. All right. Aberrato, number 1. We've had this before, but someone else might want to pick it up. Yeah, Pestilence is one of the really great series of theirs. It's pretty dark. Mind Bender, number 1. That's a Scout Comics, an earlier Scout Comics book. Okay, I'm going to let it populate here. It looks like Tina's Call for Pestilence comes through first. Ew. All right, I have got some Alterna comics. These are retired enough that occasionally they message me for copies. This is Adam Wreck, number 1. These are the original printings for $1.50 a piece. And I have Croak, number 1, for $1.50. Those are their real cover prices. Underdog, number 1. Very homage-y. Ooh, pretty. Someone should get this. This is Spider-Man number 2. That is Miles. A croaking underdog. All right. Who knew we were going to shoot off into talking about that? That's funny. This is Superior Spider-Man number 6.
You didn't tell
Tina.
me.
Well, Tina.
I
Sorry.
figured, but I was like, I don't want to assume.
Okay, this is Spidey number 2. And Spidey number 1. What?
Don't we have the big version of that one?
Yeah,
up
like a
front?
big,
Yeah.
way oversized.
Mm-hmm.
And Superior Spider-Man number 7. Go with that 6 over there. Hey, here's some free comic book day books for you. Free comic book day, The Tick. So if you say The Tick, you get it for free. And Kaiser Sose, Scorched
Oh my
Earth,
goodness. With the
which
rift.
has the rift in it. It does have like a stamp on it, but the rift is actually out there.
I have both of those. I think that was my very first free comic book day working.
Open up number 6, okay? There's something inside I'm looking for. Madame Tussauds. What have you done? What am I looking for? Here, I'll hand off those $2 so I know someone can call them. Thank you.
I see ship. Was there any?
Okay, so here we go. Tick goes to Tina.
Okay.
Kaiser goes to Tina.
Okay.
There's a page in there where they put out a website address.
Oh, they did a special code inside of your Witch Blood. So if you're trying to also win one of the Coven cover thing that they're doing, don't forget about that. Because I forgot to do that today.
The screwball.com. That one? That's the only one I see. It's got its digital content in there still. Yep, that's it. It's in there. Generation X number 1. Here is Shade the Changing Girl number 1. Oh, here's a Mighty Morphin Power Rangers number 1 you might need for a signing in a couple days. Just saying. How about Black Panther number 1 from Ta-Nehisi Coates? Okay, I got some Extraordinary X-Men number 9 and number 10. You owned screwball.com? That's awesome. Where does it take you? To your merchandise? All right, see. Bananas Mighty Morphin.
And I need to get that one signed.
EP
I
number
forgot.
1.
I only have blanks.
Oh, yeah. Andrew, got that? It's not responding. Oh, it's broken. This is Jim Butcher's Dresden Files number 1. $50 for an autograph. We also have someone that's going to be on site for CBCS grading. And if you need it shipped directly to you, it's $60 for the grading, or $35 if you want it to come back to the store, and then it'll just go in your pile. Guardians of the Galaxy number 1, Bendis run. And all new X-Men number 9. I think I got messed up for where I am on this board, though. Just filling in holes.
It used to take people to our website. I'll bring it up soon. Back up soon. Okay.
All right, here is X-Force number 1. Humphrey's Run.
That's so pretty.
All right, this is Nightwing number 6. Monsterman. Really let us down. No. Detective Comics 941. 942. I guess the teasing goes both ways. Trinity number 2. Supergirl number 2. Comic Book Legal Defense Fund presents Liberty Annual 2016. Where's your ice cream? Does Brainy own your ice cream?
Yes,
I thought Dirk owed everyone ice cream.
both of them do. But Brainy totally does because I've yet to meet him.
Is that just so if you don't meet people, they owe you? When you meet people, they owe you ice cream? Is that the natural
No,
progression?
just specifically Brainy because it's been I've been here for how long and I still haven't gotten a chance to meet him.
Mm-hmm. Sometime. Champions number 2. Knockout.
It's my boy.
Mm-hmm. And Shade the Changing Girl number 2 to go with that number 1 over here.
That's such a good series too. So trippy.
Mm-hmm. All right, this is the infamous Iron Man, The Rise of Doom. This is when the Doom takes over the Iron Man suit. Number 1. Oh, here's Champions number 1. Weirdly, Nightwing number 5. And Trinity number 1. This feels like someone's skipped out on full box in here.
Could be.
Doom Patrol number 1.
Ooh, that's a very
Mm-hmm.
that's a pretty.
Supergirl Rebirth number 1. Champion it's called. Batgirl Birds of Prey number 1.
That was Mystic Deal, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Doom Patrol as long as no one else pops up. All right, well, let's let it populate because it looks like there's enough people that are putting it on our list there. We've never finalized the deal. I don't know. What do those words mean? Doom Patrol went to ship.
Okay.
Suicide Squad Rebirth number 1. Kind of hard to shake hands across the universe, right?
It's okay, Brainy. I'll still give you a hug.
Joyride number 1, Boom Studios. And number 2.
Jen can confirm I give the best hugs.
She has such good hugs.
Mm-hmm. It's been over a year.
Everyone else is getting their shots and hugging around, and I'm just watching. Joyride. Wait for that to populate. All right, new Ghostbusters Greatest Hits. That's a whole $1. All right. Brandon Luck gets Joyride number 1 and 2. Moon Mars gets the Iron Man 1. Doom. Justice League Rebirth number 1. Put that up where there was the Rebirth number 1s. Aquaman Rebirth number 2 and number 1 second print. It's not the same as Brainy Ice Cream. Archer and Armstrong number 1. I've got Extraordinary X-Men number 8 and number 7. like I had some more extraordinary, but not worth it. All new, all different. Avengers number 5. There's Miss Marvel walking away.
Mm-hmm. I don't know when that happened.
Avengers Academy number 1. Go to 7-Eleven.
7-Eleven's so far away though. It's all the way at the back of the back and then the left. From where I'm at.
Cable and X-Force number 6.
Okay, Jenna says she's home for now. Probably because COVID's.
All right, all new X-Men number 10. Extermination part 1. That is number 1. Superboy number 1, Jeff Lemire. A bunch of Bane Conquest here. Okay, Bane Conquest 6, 7, 9, 10, and 11. Another series that took a while to come out. I have Batman's Sins of the Father, number 1. This only happens when things are stuck away in this back room and we forget about them, that's for sure.
True. I forgot about that series.
Really?
I didn't get the chance to read it for a minute to skim it. So I forgot it existed. Yeah, object permanence and all.
Mm-hmm. All right, Brainy,
Okay,
enjoy
Brainy.
class. Titans number 3. Try not to miss you. Impossible, Brainy. And number 4. Super Sons number 1. Super Sons number 3. Superman number 9.
I'll try harder, he says.
Whatever. This is Weavers, which is a Boom Studios really creepy storyline. There's number 1 and a number 2 there. My stomach is really trying to tell me, you better eat soon, sister girl.
Mm-hmm.
Batgirl number 26. Sorry, let's say 23, which is correct. Here's the 26. Here is the 26 B cover.
Bye, Shanice.
Ah! Probably gonna be Tina unless other names pop up there. Batgirl number 21. Superman number 30. And Immortal Men number 6. See if I get one more handful in.
30 seconds.
I know. Batman Sins of the Father number 6. Where that went. Curse of Brimstone number 9. Damage number 11. Star Wars number 41. Star Wars number 38. Damage number 1. Hal Jordan Green Lantern Corps number 50. Hawkman number 7. Hawkman 4 B cover. Hawkman number 2B. Super Sons number 7s. X-Men First Class number 4. Jessica Jones number 13 Legacy. Wicked and Divine number 33. Terminator Salvation. Oh no. Terminator Enemy of My Enemy number 1. Terminator Salvation, The Final Battle number 1. This is as much as I can fit because it's my time. You can totally keep on calling all of those. I'm going to leave these boxes out. So if you guys review the show and find some other stuff you want, just send me a direct message and I'll pull it tomorrow when I get up here. Because it looks like my planned trip to Dallas won't work. No, it's okay, Kyle. I really am gonna like die inside from not eating because I had my last meal at 8:30 this morning. I need food because Thursday's the day when I don't go pick up my son because usually that's when I go pick up some food. So I'm very hungry, and poor Hannah's been working all day too. All right, Terminator gets called by Russ.
Yes, I have my appointment today.
Russ, which Terminator did you want? Because I have 2 number 1s here. So Russ, there's Final Battle and Enemy of My Enemy there. I'm gonna put both in your pile, and you tell me which one you don't want, if any. I want to say thanks to Kyle for being an awesome producer today. I know he won't come down from his high of getting to interview famous people today for a long time. Thank you for joining us on The Experience. Please do like, share, invite your friends over, click the bell, all those kinds of fun things. If we all had ice cream, we would have an ice cream bar, right? But soon we'll be showing up. Okay, got it, Russ. So soon we'll be showing up at conventions near you as soon as everything shakes out to be a little bit more normal. And we'll set up there. And when we do that, we'll have like breakfast. We'll have a meet and greets so everyone can hang out together and see each other in real life. All right, everybody. I will see you guys next time. Thank you so much for joining me on The Experience. We'll see you later. Bye.
Welcome to Nerd News Now. There's Jen and Brainy, and the hairdo you see in front of you is the one and only Dirk Manning. You know he's the one and only because if there were 2, the world would implode upon itself.
That is true. My grandfather, may he rest in peace, used to say, when God made you, he broke the mold. So that's grandpa wisdom. So yes, absolutely.
Hey, Kyle, we need to kidnap Dirk one day and shave his head off so we can have some nice wigs for ourselves. He's got a nice set of hair.
I wasn't going to go there, but I noticed that Kyle specifically talking about my hair. There's a certain irony there, perhaps a tinge of jealousy, if you will. But
I have enough for everybody.
I can say Jen's got the best hair of all of us here.
I mean, I do have plenty of hair. It's just, I can use a little bit more up on top.
I used to have hair about as long as Jen's, as a matter of fact. So
What? Pictures. I need pictures.
I have one right there. I will show it to you when we go off the air.
Okay.
And technically, I've got longer hair than Jen right now.
I just went and had all of mine removed professionally. Like, I have a barber who he does 2 things. He does completely bald or military high tops. And I'm going, I don't have enough for a military high top, so completely bald.
I was going to say, I think you'd look very interesting with the military high top. I think that'd be a very fascinating look.
But the problem is there's not enough here for it.
Like I say, you and I go back long enough, Kyle. I remember you with hair, so.
True.
No,
It's true.
if you grow your beard long enough, maybe we can have that shaved in a military high top stuff.
Just comb it up.
Do like a square.
Like this with it.
Right, like a square right there.
So I didn't know that we were now the cosmetic podcast, but trading our hair tips. I apologize. I should have brought my gel and shown you all the secret of how to get this half pompadour thing going.
It's a whole process, I'm sure.
Yeah.
What
What you don't know is that sometimes our show is about what food we're eating. for like 45 minutes. Who knows?
Oh, I've seen some things, right? I know we were talking about ice cream beforehand, and
You were supposed to bribe us with ice cream. For the record, you did
I
not
haven't.
bribe us, guys.
Hey, today of all days, I told myself, full disclosure, this is the third podcast I've done today. I saved the best for last. My favorite people. Oh, and I am going to have ice cream when I'm done, because with Butts and Seats hitting the milestone it did today, I've decided that I'm going to get some ice cream. I normally don't keep a lot of ice cream at home, to be honest, because I would eat it all the time. But in this particular instance, I'm diving in.
I think that it deserves a celebration. You need to like put something special on it, like sprinkles.
For you, if there are sprinkles, I will put some on.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's crazy. I'm blown away at the reception of Butts and Seats. You know, being a wrestling fan anyway, this was such a cool project to do. And Tony Schiavone will even tell you that he's a big comic geek, and he's just happy to be involved in making a comic and having a comic out. But as of the recording today, which would be 13 days into the campaign, that we've crossed $100,000, and we've joined the $100,000 club on Kickstarter for a comic. Is
100,940 as of this second, with 1,738 backers.
It doesn't seem real, you know. It doesn't seem real. 99,000 seemed more real than 100,000, because it was like, wow, we're like $99,000 in pre-sales. That's incredible. And then flipping that, and you know, anyone that's run a Kickstarter will tell you, whether it's successful or you're moving towards being successful, you're always hitting refresh, man. You're always like, oh, what's it at now? What's it at now? What's it at now? What's it at now? And doing that and then seeing it flip to the 100,000 plus is just, it's just humbling. And I'm really grateful. You know, I mean, it's crazy, you know. I've done a lot of Kickstarters. I'd like to think that I helped facilitate a model a lot of people now use. Grateful, and I'm grateful to help. I'm really a pay it forward type of guy. But it's cool then to see that model now get us to a point where when we apply it to a book like this, with the talent we have, not only with Tony Schiavone, but with the 25 artists on the book, to be at the level we're at and get the level of support we're at is just really humbling, and it's really cool. Very cool. You know, and we have support of retailers like Jen, who went in on the book, and we're always grateful for you. Jen, I apologize, I couldn't name the pledge level after you. I can do that in my personal campaigns, but not on a Source Point campaign. But Mr. E, we'll bring it back. We'll bring it back for your boy.
So how did you and Tony get together to do this project? Was it something he approached you with? Did you approach him with it?
We have a mutual friend, gentleman by the name of Mike Dawkins. He goes online as the gimmick attorney. He's become like, he's an attorney, obviously, and he's now doing a lot of work with a lot of different wrestlers. And again, the small world thing, I met Mike Dawkins through Scoot McMahon, who's the co-creator of Cthulhu Jr. Dastardly Dirk, right? So I got to know Mike that way. And I think, and again, Tony and I have talked about this, we kind of need to corner Mike on this and talk to him about it, because I think his plan was to introduce us at C2E2 last year. And I couldn't be at C2E2. It was the first time I ever missed a show. Yeah, I had to take care of some family stuff with my grandfather. Had to fly to Florida very unexpectedly. He was not doing well. So I missed a show. So right after C2E2, Mike Dawkins gets a hold of me and says, hey, how would you feel about doing a book with Tony Schiavone? Now, I'm a hardcore wrestling fan. I love wrestling and stuff. So on a personal level, I was like, yeah, right on. But I also know that doing a comic that's based on a real person, like a life story thing, could be very time consuming. So I had to kind of like decide, is this something I want to dedicate my time to? Which obviously I decided I did, But then at the same time, Mike, I think, was talking to Tony Schiavone and said, look, I've got this friend, Dirk Manning. He's written a ton of comics. He's a real good dude. How would you feel about your story being told as a comic book? Tony, being a comic fan, was all about it. So then, of course, Mike facilitates the meeting between Tony and I. We ended up doing it on Zoom because at that point, the world started shutting down pretty quickly. And, he's down there and I'm up here. And we really hit it off. We brought in Drina Joe as editor. And then it was Mike. So it was like the Zoom calls were like me, Tony, Mike Dawkins, Drina Joe, Dave Silva. And we just started, we all kind of met and we kind of riffed. We really hit it off. And then we just started production on the book from there.
So did you already, have you worked with the artists that you chose for the different segments before?
Some I have and some I have not. What we decided pretty early on, and again, I want to give Mike credit where credit is due. He kind of helped me brainstorm on this a little bit as well. We decided to break the book into what became 10 chapters. And what I decided I wanted to do was do a different artist for every chapter that would best reflect and represent that stage of Tony's life. So when I then took the book to Source Point Press, because they weren't even attached at this point in the process, I told them, I said, I have some people I want to bring in, but if you know of anybody as well, let me know and we'll kind of vet it out. And Source Point was really good to me about it. They let me handpick my team. Travis made a couple suggestions. He made the suggestion of Colm Griffin, who I'd never worked with before. But you have people like Josh Ross, Austin McKinley, people who I've worked with before, obviously, Sally Scott, Jan Apple. You got people I've wanted to work with for a long time, like Scott James, like Les Garner, like DJ Kaufman. So getting to bring them into the mix was really cool as well. One of my good friends who I've worked with a lot, Len O'Grady, was going to do a chapter in the book. He broke his arm. I don't want to take too much out of school, but he broke his arm and his father passed, like ran on top of each other. So mentally and physically, he was not able to do a full story. But then Mariana Pascosta, who did the cover to the book, she recommended Ricardo Rosana, who was never done a comic story before, but wanted to break into comics. So I love that aspect too. I love bringing in new people, and then again, John Marroquin, bringing him in, getting to work with John again, who's a very talented artist. I hope I named all 10. I'm trying to do this off the top of my head, So it was a mix, but I got to handpick the team when we unlocked the stretch goal of doing chapter breaks for every chapter. I then went ahead and got to handpick 10 more artists for that. When we unlocked 4 more bonus stories, I got to handpick artists for that. So it's been cool. And I've really been interested in presenting a variety of styles artistically and just bringing a lot of different voices and a lot of diversity to this book. This is going to be a comic that's going to, I think, get in a lot of hands of people that maybe don't traditionally read comics. So I wanted to show them all the different styles there are artistically and people creating the art and creating the book and stuff like that. So I'm nervous. I'm going to look to make sure I named everybody because I'm like, oh, I can't believe I didn't mention so-and-so. So yeah, I got to handpick everybody. And again, bringing back some old friends as well as bringing in some new people has just been a really rewarding experience. And now, and again, not to beat a drum, we get to be part of the $100,000 club on Kickstarter, which is cool. Like my buddy Josh Ross messaged me today. Josh is one of my oldest friends in comics. And he's like, oh my God, dude. He goes, you hit $100,000 in 13 days. I said, I know it's crazy, but it's cool to get to put that feather in their hats. So yes, we got DJ, Sally, John, Les, Jan, Jen Apple, she did Buried But Not Dead. She did the cover of this book. She's amazing. Colm, Scott, Josh, Austin. Yep, all right, good buddy. Sean Burris, who colored Cthulhu Jr., bringing him in to do colors for artists that know their own color. Justin Birch is an amazing letterer. I've never got to work with him before. Mariana Pescosta from Haunted Highlands doing the cover. Scott James doing the variant cover. Drina Joe editing, who edits a lot of my stuff anyway, does some other really good books for Source Point. It's just nice to have a really good crew, a very diverse crew, and just it's gonna be such a cool book when all said and done. It's just gonna be such a big, tasty tome. That was a long answer to a short question, Jen. I apologize.
Have you had any really interesting people reach out to you during the Kickstarter that you didn't expect to hear from?
Yeah, I think the thing that's been the coolest has been the promos. You know, having the promos we've had. You know, MJF.
MJF promo was fire.
The MJF promo was so good. If you would have asked me, you can get one AEW wrestler to cut a promo on your book, I would have picked MJF. But then Eddie Kingston, incredible, you know, and Ricky Starks, you know, and then the Rhodes brothers, Cody Rhodes, who years ago I met on a fluke in a restroom at a rest stop coming back from a show in Illinois, you know, and now he's running AEW and cutting a promo on my book. And Dustin, we dropped Britt Baker today, you know, and
that was a good one too.
Yeah,
you know, Britt Baker going, "Kiss my ass, Shivani."
Kiss my ass, Shivani.
Is amazing.
I'm not going to give anything away, but as of right now, and I think this will carry us through the end of the campaign, we have four more to drop. Ooh. And that's been really cool. You know, I'm excited. As a lifelong wrestling fan and as a fan of AEW, it's been just crazy to do this. And I can't wait for the pandemic to be over so that I can go down to Florida and thank the wrestlers in person and hang out with Tony in person. And it's been pretty cool. You know, it's been pretty cool.
I was going to try and guess the four. Like I was going to say, I'm going to text you after this and try and guess the four. But
I'll put on my poker face. Hold on.
Well, but the problem is that you got the Bischoff promo, which means it could literally be anybody because it doesn't have to just be AEW personalities.
Yeah, Bischoff doing a surprise promo again. Good gravy, you know, it just incredible. And Bischoff was such a cool dude about it, you know. I mean, you know, we talked back and forth very, very briefly, and a lot of it's just due to the love that Tony has in the industry from people, you know. Tony is such a great guy. He's such a humble guy, and he's so humble. He hates me putting him over as being humble. You know, I really feel him and I have a lot in common in regards to our work ethic, the way we approach the work, and the way we approach work and the work. And I know there's always this big Dirk Manning persona about the hype, and a lot of that has actually been informed by my love of pro wrestling. But much like Tony, I'm not a guy that ever really believes that hype. You know, I mean, you gotta kind of push it out. But you know, Jen, I mean, you see when I'm off the clock at your shop versus when I'm on, you know, it's different. When you're off the clock, you roll up your sleeves and you help set up and you help tear down. Then when you're on, you put on a suit and you do your hair and you go. But Tony's such a genuine guy, and the support that he's gotten for this book, just from people who just want to support Tony, is really, really endearing, and it's very cool. It's a testament to what a good guy he is. Even if we had our first nerd fight today.
No.
We did. He was asked about, it was a really cool question. He was asked, he's a big Batman fan, and someone asked him who he feels was Batman's like best romantic partner. And he said Catwoman, and I said, "Where's the love for the Phantasm?" See, to me, Batman: Mask of the Phantasm is literally in my top 10 movies of all time. All time, anything, any genre, you name. I love that movie. And I said, what about the Phantasm? He's like, what about it? And I'm like, okay.
It's clearly Talia.
Oh,
It's
we all
Robin.
know it's Joker. Seriously.
All right. See, there's multiple answers, but you know,
See, I feel like the Joker is the J to Batman's Silent Bob.
they have established in continuity that Joker is in love with Batman, so I would give you that.
But it's Robin.
Well, that's a whole nother level of something.
Technically, he's adopted Robin, so you know we can't go there.
Yeah, I don't want to be creepier than I am when I write scary stuff. But yeah, so we had a mock dust up. He's like, you can kiss my ass, and I'm like, oh, you Catwoman, what a pedestrian answer, you know. But we've been working on this book together for over a year, but we finally got to kind of geek out and disagree on something because Talia is good. Talia was almost my answer, but at the end of the day, Phantasm, your angel of death awaits.
How can we forget Vicky Vale?
Vicky Vale.
Easily. The answer is easily. Yeah. Aside from the Bat Dance video, I'm good. Well, yeah, like I said, it was a very interesting question that we were asked, and as you can see, it provides a myriad of possible answers, even if there's one right one, which is, of course, Ms. Beaumont.
No, Batman loves nobody else but himself. That's it.
I don't know. He loves Alfred a lot.
He does love Alfred. He was willing to give up being Batman for Beaumont. However, but anyway, I don't want to go dig too deep in the weeds on this. And Batman does not need to be put over anymore. But again, we're fans, you know, and Tony's a fan too. The fact that we got to mix it up about that stuff was true testament to what a fan he is. And at C2E2 last year, you know, I guess he was walking out with arms full of stuff. He'd like ship his swag back. He bought so much swag. That's a real fan. That's when you know. That's like, you know, I'm always jealous when I go to shows. I have an hour before the show every day that I can get in on the floor and then do all my shopping. And I'm running through Artist Alley, buying stuff at Artist Alley. I'll go see a couple of vendors, pick a couple of things or whatever. But yeah, he got to go shopping for a while and geek out as well. So we'll get back to that again soon as well.
So, Dirk, what's the most surprising thing that's happened related to this project?
I mean, hitting $100,000 in pre-sales in 13 days. You know, truthfully, I'm not trying to brag. I'm not trying to be cute. I mean, that just.
Oh, that is an accomplishment that a lot of books you know don't get. So yeah, it's something to be proud of course.
I appreciate that. Yeah, and I'm very big on the philosophy: if you have nothing nice to say, just don't say anything. But I will say that on a very personal level, I'm especially proud of the fact that we've hit this number of pre-sales when normally that number is reserved for certain types of books that we are not. You know, sometimes people to get these kind of numbers have to partake in gimmicks that aren't my jam, you know, certain types of covers and things like that. But, you know, people always tell you the three most hardcore fandoms are comics, horror, and wrestling. You know, and the wrestling people came out in force. You know, I really thought, I think I may have said this before we got on the air, and if not, maybe when we just started. I thought by the end of this campaign, I thought we will be scratching at that $70,000 variant cover upgrade at the very end of the campaign. I'm like, man, we're going to be that was our plan going in. You can ask anybody on our team. We're going to push like hell, pardon my French, push like heck the last couple days, and we will get to that 70 if we just bust our butts. And then we hit 70 in 84 hours. And it just was like, it blew my mind, you know. It's just humbling. you know, and it's very cool. It's really cool. You know, I'm happy to take this book to Source Point. I'm happy for what this is doing. Like I said, for all these artists that agree to join me on this book, they all get to put that feather in their cap. They're in the $100,000 club, you know, which is cool. That to me, aside from financially compensating them all for the work they're doing, for them to be able to say, I was part of that campaign is something that I'm really excited about. So that's cool, you know.
It's an awesome feat. So correct me if I'm wrong, but this is the first biography style book you're writing, right? How does this compare to all the other works? You know, you've written a lot of books, a lot of comic books. So how does this compare to you? How does it compare with everything else you've done?
You know, I mainly focus on doing creator-owned work, you know, whether it be through Tales of Mystery or Nightmare World, Buried But Not Dead, Love Stories to Die For, Hope, you know, Kaylin Smith was the co-creator, Cthulhu Jr., the co-creator, Scoop McMahon. But I'm pretty fiercely dedicated to doing my own stuff. I've never chased doing stuff for Marvel or DC. That's not to say if they came and knocked on my door under the right set of circumstances, I would consider it. But I'm not trying to be cute when I'm saying this either. I would consider it. We would have that discussion. I didn't get into writing comics to write Spider-Man, for example. Everyone has a Spider-Man story. Everyone has a Batman story. You know, there are certain characters, there's such archetypes, anybody could write at least one good story. And these days it probably could turn into a movie or something. But I have done, to answer your question more specifically, work for hire. I'm really proud of the story arc I did for Big Dog Inc. I did a story arc for The Legend of Oz, The Wicked West, the origin of the Flying Monkeys, which was so much fun. But then with Real People, I did a one-shot with the Harp Twins out of Chicago. We did a Kickstarter. Again, I kind of, you know, we did a Kickstarter for the comic Legend of the Shaders with them. But it's a very fantasy-based book. You know, there's dragons and stuff like that. You know, so this was a little bit of a different animal because while it was based on them to an extent, it was still based on a fantasy version of them. When we're doing the Ringo Award nominated Haunted Highlands with Twisted, this is based even more on Jamie and Paul, you know, Jen's new best friends. But again, in this book, it's still them in a fantasy style setting. It's like them. It is Jamie and Paul. You know, I mean, again, you know, Jen, you've interviewed them, Kyle, you know them and stuff. It's them, but it's them in a very fantastic setting. And obviously, you know, when you write the dialogue, you want it to sound like them. To an extent, you want to honor their brand. But with Twisted, that ongoing relationship I have with them, they kind of let me do my own thing, and then they just kind of double check it and sign off and make usually very small cosmetic tweaks to like the dialogue. So doing Butts and Seats, which is, as you said, a strictly biographical comic, my biggest reservation about doing the book, despite being a huge wrestling fan, was because it was going to be biographical. I didn't want this to be a vanity project book. I didn't want this to be a book that was going to get hung up in 1,000 rewrites, you know. But Tony, despite the fact that we disagree on Batman's best partner, romantic partner, he's an absolute pleasure to work with. He does not buy his own hype. He is a very grounded person. He's a very good person. And it's been a real pleasure. And he's a natural storyteller as well. And it's just made it a very seamless process. I don't, like anything, I think if I was presented the opportunity to do another biographical comic, it would be a case-by-case basis. But with Tony and the team we have, it's been a very seamless process. I do think we built a system, breaking it into those 10 chapters. Like, okay, Tony, tell us about the end of WCW. You know, and what we do, how our meetings would look is we would all be on the Zoom call, kind of like we are now. And he would start walking through, and I would just sit here and I would take notes. And sometimes I would drill down on certain things, but I've written enough comics that I'm thinking, okay, I've got 10 pages to tell this story. How am I going to break this out? How am I going to tell this? And I would drill down on certain details, things like that. But Tony's made it very easy. He's made it very, very easy. And it's been a joy to work with him. You know, it's a fascinating story. Go ahead, sorry.
I think somebody's phone vibrated.
It was mine.
Okay.
That's what you heard.
Yeah, not it.
So, okay,
yeah.
since you finished your story, I've got a thing, and I've got to ask this. I know I'm in a forthcoming book from you because you've confided in me that I die, or maybe Scoot has told me that I die in a forthcoming book of yours.
You don't die, but you are in it.
Well, I'm going to die. I'm telling you.
Okay.
But
They must have did something that I didn't do. Now, in like something
Well,
like when I do my
I
horror
think I
books, like
paid
Mr.
Scoot
Reed,
off to make it
you
happen.
You can pledge to get killed in the book, but that's different.
No, I think I
didn't
paid
kill
Scoot
him.
off to make it happen in the background. I think.
All
But I've been thinking about it, and it seems like we've known each other almost a decade now.
Man.
Do you remember what 7 years ago today was?
It was still March 29th,
It would, yeah, it would have been. Was that
2004.
my signing at Sean's when
It
you
was.
when you cosplayed? Or was it the first time?
Let's see if I can get it to work here.
Was that when you? Okay, there's a cute baby.
Stop sharing. Okay, not working. This is why I don't like Zoom or Skype. Can't share what I want to share.
Was this when you did the when I got to draw in your head?
This is the 7-year anniversary of the day that I dressed up as Mr. Ree.
Right.
Dirk signed in the store.
Yes, and I got to draw the re-sigil on your head, burn a marker, thinking, "Oh God, I hope this comes off."
It did. Like by the end of that day, I sweat so much in that costume.
Right. That was
Peeled
7
off.
years ago today.
7 years ago today.
I'm gonna have to look back at my Facebook memories. You know, hold on. I'm gonna look and see if I can bring this up old school. Hang on. Yeah, we've known each other, like you said, a long time, and it's, you know, I don't remember. It's been a long day, and I apologize, but you know, that's like they say. There's two ways to live your life. One like everything's a coincidence, and one like nothing is.
Mm-hmm.
And this is just again one of those things that we're here talking now on the 7-year anniversary of that. Let's see if I have that picture in here. Hold on.
Well, I could pull it up this way. But it's just interesting. It's that, you know, it's interesting to say, you know, 7 year or 8 years now, because we probably met before this moment. Well, we definitely met before this moment. But yeah.
There it is. All right, yeah, you got it. Look at that. Look at that dapper young Kyle, clean shaven.
I can't
You see the sigil.
know.
There's a glare, but it's there. We'll put it up in post. There it is.
There, oh, you had it right there, right there, right there.
Look at that.
Great.
Yellow shirt and everything, right? The black overcoat. And even the scowl. But look at that fresh-faced baby Kyle.
I remember having to work really hard on the scowl. But so it's the reason I bring it up.
Yeah.
Is that we've both come a really long way. I mean, at that point, was that volume 1?
That was volume 1, and that white cover was the first print cover before we did the reprint with the second Riley Rossmo cover.
So now we're coming up on kickstarting volume 5.
5. Yep, that'll be the next
and omnibus.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, that's a long way to come. We've both come a really long way. So tell me this, if 8 years ago I would have told you that you'd have a Kickstarter at 100K, you'd have 5 volumes of Mr. Ree ready to go, you'd have You'd have a Nightmare World omnibus. You'd be writing a book for Twisted. What would you say to baby Dirk Manning all them years ago?
Honest to goodness, my first reaction is what I probably would have said was, if it's 8 years, how come I don't have 8 volumes of Mystery out? my original hope was to do a every year, which is impractical, especially given how big some of the books are, and just the publishing schedule that I have and the writing schedule I have. That aside, I don't know, man. It's funny because with Ree is my favorite book to write. I love Mystery. If I had to write one book for the rest of my career, it would be Tales of Mystery, hands down. I mean, I mean that with no level of disrespect to any of my other books, but I love writing Mystery. And one of the things about Mystery is the comic ran online through Shadowline Online, which was the Image website. And my hope was that Mystery would be published by, I don't think I've ever talked about this publicly, would be published by Image after they did the 4 volumes of Nightmare World. And Image ended up publishing 3 volumes of Nightmare World and wouldn't even do the 4th one, and then wouldn't pick up Mystery. And I was so frustrated because I knew this is a book that would sell. And there's a lot of factors. Mystery is a kind of a non-traditional lead character, and it's a non-traditional style storytelling and everything else. And I get it, but I believe in the book, and I believe in like I said, that's my favorite book. Which again, just because my favorite book doesn't mean it's going to be marketable either. But I believed that there was a long game to play there. So whenever I see that first volume of Mystery, I think about how I left Image amicably. Jim Valentino was always very, very good to me. He was a very good dude. The older I get, the more I understand Jim. It's one of those things of like, I'll say things now and I'm like, man, it's like Jim Valentino's words are coming out of my mouth, when even 8 years ago or 10 years ago, I was like, come on, Jim, why don't you, I disagreed with him. But I took Mystery to Devil's Due in part because Josh Blaylock, to his credit, was willing to let me do crowdfunding and do Kickstarter. And my direct sales were always very strong. And I knew, given time and given an opportunity, I could build up a model that would work. And I'm not just saying this because Jen's here, but I mean this sincerely, also that would not cut out the retailers. Even though I didn't have a lot of retail support, because let's be honest, I'd never written for Marvel, I'd never written for DC, and I didn't even do monthly books. I did original graphic novels of horror, which, this is where I will gently kind of rib you a little bit here, Jen. No one thinks horror books sells until they stock them.
That's right. I needed some hand holding, and that's okay.
Right. I'm just playing with you a little bit on that. But so here I am, a guy that's never written for Marvel, never written for DC, releasing original graphic novel horror anthologies. I wasn't getting a lot of traction in the direct market. But I knew that if I did Kickstarter, I didn't want to cut retailers out. So I crafted a system where it's like, okay, I'm going to offer a deluxe version, a Kickstarter exclusive hardcover. Because even if I can get a store owner to order my book, they're not going to order some deluxe hardcover edition of the book. That'll be like for the diehards, for the diehard people get, the hardcover of Buried But Not Dead, and they get the book plate and the bookmark and all the swag that we unlock, But then,
so are you going to say you're wrong now, or are we going to do it at the end of this spiel? Because I think Jen and I have both gone deep on hardcovers from your Kickstarter.
Yeah, but you're also the exception. You're very forward-thinking retailers that also, were involved in the comic book shopping network thing like that. You're ahead of the curve. What I would be lucky is I would get stores to order trade paperbacks. So with Mr. E, I set forth this model. I said, we're going to offer a Kickstarter exclusive hardcover. You can get a signed book plate, blah, 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 blah. And don't get me wrong, I had some angels on that first campaign that really pushed me over the line because they believed in me, they believed in the model, and they said, we know if you can get this first one out the door, you're going to do okay. Now, again, to your question, 8 years later, to not only see a lot of people using the same model, but for myself to be having $100,000 plus campaign with this model, with Tony Schiavone, with an amazing up and coming wrestling promotion, it's humbling, part of me will always say, I wish it would have happened sooner, but life gets in the way sometimes, whether it be personally, professionally, medically. I've made no secret. Well, that's not true. I kept it secret for a long time. I had a traumatic brain injury around that time. I had a ceiling beam fall on my head, almost kill me. So I had to start shifting to doing shows because I couldn't read or write for about 2 years. Luckily I had a back stock of books I could release.
Mm-hmm.
But so there's always that part of me that I think is so driven and not complacent. Like I said, why don't I have 8 mysteries out yet? But all that being said, in the face of life getting in the way and circumstances beyond your control and just the turmoil of everyday life and things like that, it's very humbling to be where I'm at. And it's very humbling, and I'm very grateful. I'm grateful that Kickstarter has been embraced by not only creators but publishers now, and they're using it the right way. I remember when Archie tried to first get in the Kickstarter game, they got laughed off they got Kickstarter shamed.
Yep.
And I'm not, I don't want to put a value judgment on it and say maybe they should, maybe they shouldn't have, but I don't think they approached it in the right way as opposed to what Boom did with Berserk. A lot of people have a lot of opinions on that, but bottom line, they got so much more traction off of that book through Kickstarter because they're now engaging people who wouldn't normally go into a comic shop. But now people are going into the comic shop to get it because you offered it through a platform that they could access it. I can't get, let's say my mom, for example, to go to a comic shop unless I'm in there, but she would order Berserk through Kickstarter if she's a Keanu Reeves fan. So to see Kickstarter not doing well and to know that I was one of the people on the ground floor of doing that. And again, I'm not taking credit for everybody that's ever done a Kickstarter being successful. I can see someone out there like, oh, Dirk's, taking credit for the sky being blue. No, but I was on the ground floor and I know I did a lot to help move it forward. I'm grateful. I'm grateful that now comics are growing, creators are benefiting. I'm grateful that I have books out. I'm grateful that I can read and write again. I'm grateful I have a career. I'm grateful I have good friends. And to still be able to bring in new creators like Ricardo to do a book together and to bring back Josh Ross and Austin McKinley and, Sean Burris and say, hey, let's do this book. And then they get to have their name on a $100,000 campaign is just, it's pretty cool. It's really cool.
So just as a end of the question, Volume 1 was the first Kickstarter I ever backed.
Thank you.
Remember that. Oh, I pulled it up because I still have the same Kickstarter account I've always had.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea what your numbers were on that? Just do you remember?
It was run through Devil's Due because it wasn't even run through me personally yet. I want to say that one was maybe 13,000.
That was what your goal was. You raised 15,158 on 217 backers.
Yeah. Yep.
So
and I'll tell you,
that was 2013. 8 years later, at this very moment, 101,085,1742.
Nice.
Like I'm just, just to kind of put a bow on it.
Yeah, it's crazy. And that 15 point blank, 15 was like more or less my break even point, and people pushed me over the edge to get there. So I think it was until we get that hardcover. And $15,000 is nothing to sneeze at, yeah, it's humbling, I'm very grateful. I'm very grateful every day. And again, we talked about this a minute ago. When you're in work mode, you have to kind of fake it till you make it. And people that ran with me know I would always say never break kayfabe. And it was always Dirk Manning, all the showman Dirk Manning all the time. And I've realized that sometimes even the people very close to you then lose sight of the fact that it's work, and that's part of the work, or at least one way to present the work. And Steve Tyler from Aerosmith said the greatest thing, and I think about this quote every day. He said, "It takes a lot of money to look this poor." And when with Kickstarter and with making books, it takes so much effort to make it look so easy. And people might look at like $100,000 Kickstarter and think, "Oh my God, he's just crushing it. It's just going up as he talks." Or it takes so much work to do this stuff, and it takes so much work. And I'm just grateful to the people that stuck with me through these journeys and through the trials and tribulations that we're now here. And I look forward to continuing to pay it forward in the industry, paying it forward to the people that supported me, paying it forward to the people that back the books, paying it forward to my publisher, to Source Point Press. Like I said, they weren't attached to this project up front. I took it to them because I knew that Travis and Josh and company would treat this book with the integrity and the dignity it deserved. And I knew this had the potential to be a big win for them too. I knew it'd be this big. We had bets in the office. I'm not going to name names, but someone at Source Point owes me a steak dinner because we actually hit $100,000. That was a joke. That was a rib. It's like, I'll buy, as I said, well, if we hit $70,000, will you buy me a steak dinner? And he's like, "I'll buy it for you if you hit 100,000. Ha ha ha. We all laughed about it. I'm like, okay.
He's got to stop betting steak dinners.
And believe me, now that I've gotten the steak dinner, I want like a nice one too. I don't want a Ponderosa or anything like that. I want
No K-Bobs.
Buddy boy, no steak dinner for you until I get my ice cream.
That's fair. You know what? And that's due too. When I get back down to Space Cadets Collection, I'm gonna make sure that I can arrange having Jenny's ice cream shipped down. I gotta find some sort of like sugar-free or something for Jen. I gotta do something to do something.
Rainey, I'll work it out with Jenny's to get it sent to the West Coast.
I thought you were just gonna come out to Jen's when I go down there, man. We're gonna do it there. We have an ice cream party, I thought.
It's an idea we could, as long as Jen's paying for my flight.
We have paid
Quiet couch.
We have made no secret of a star-studded signing when things clear up at Space Cadets Collection. So star-studded and me. So
Dirk, it's always fun to talk to you, but I do have to part. I have another meeting I have to get into at 7:30. So, guys, have fun.
Randy, it's good to see you, my friend.
Pleasure, buddy. Take care, guys.
Bye, brother.
Now we'll break out the ice cream.
I've got a great question for you. Probably you'll be like, duh. But have you thought about approaching Source Point with at least just printing a regular floppy Mr. Reed #1? Can you break out just like a comic book length #1 out of the volume?
We talked about it. We are doing the Tales of Mystery Omnibus through Source Point, which is the exact opposite of a #1. Originally with Tales of Mystery Volume 1, it's 13 8-page stories. And my original idea was if we were going to do it as singles or as floppies, I know some people like that term, but single issues. My idea was to do 2 or 3 stories per issue. So you can either do 16 pages of content, do like a flip book and do it cheaper, or to do three stories, which is 24 pages, and have it slightly a bigger comic, and then do it that way. Then do like the last issue, do an oversized or something like that. So those discussions were there back in the day. I think at this point, what we're leaning into, honestly, is doing a fancy deluxe omnibus for the Kickstarter hardcover, but then do like a soft cover mass market omnibus, because for comic shops that, again, can we do a 500-page omnibus for $40 and just a big slab of read, boom, economically priced, compendium style, but we're also looking at options of some sort of intro to the series, because people that don't know my work may not want to drop $40. Even if you're getting 500 pages of content for $40, if you don't know who I am, you don't know mystery, you may not want to. So it's an ongoing discussion, Miss Jen. It's an ongoing discussion.
Tell them I would throw some real serious money at it if you did make a number one, because I think that's a great entry point for people. I think it would be much easier for me to hand off to people and be just like, have to buy this $5 book or else. Have them fall in love with it.
Right.
I've been in a comic bully, make people buy things, and they say thank you because they love it, right?
Right. No, yeah, and that may be the thing too, to just do some sort of, I don't want to say sampler or some sort of intro thing. Right. We'll talk. I'll have my people call your people. It may be a Space Cadets exclusive or something, but
that I'm sure that if it was just a matter of paying for a print run, I bet you I could get there.
Well, we will take that discussion offline, but it is a conversation. Well, and I'll be honest with you, again, this is kind of inside baseball stuff. There's going to be probably about 2,000 people reading Butts and Seats. The next Kickstarter I'm running is going to be for Mystery.
Mm-hmm.
What do we offer them? We've talked about some sort of ash can or something like that to get them invested in it, because Tales of Mystery is a fun book. If you like horror, it's a really fun book. Kyle cosplayed as Mystery, but you're right. It's always been the thing. It's like, we're so deep into the series now. I pride myself that you can pick up any book. You can pick up Mystery Volume 4, Volume 3, and just read it and go.
Yeah.
But comic people are a certain way. I'm the same way too. You don't want to start at 4. You want to start at 1. Oh, but it's $15, $20. I don't know this. So there's talks. And I appreciate you saying that, because that's going to continue to fuel that methodology.
Mm-hmm.
You're always ahead of the curve, Ms. Jen. Thank you.
Well, I mean, I've kind of seen it happen and work before. So like The Shepherd,
Mm-hmm.
came out. I mean, he already had he was up to I think it was up to his 4th trade paperback out.
Yep.
When they launched it again at Scout, they started with a number 1 and gave him the floppy first, and It was successful.
And he's a guy that busts his hump too, right? He was at Caliber back in the day originally and stuff of that book. Yeah, so that could be the way to go. So yeah, we're having those discussions right now, because again, do we do an ash can and give it to all the Butts and Seats people? Like, hey, if you like horror, this is gonna be the next thing from that dirt guy. Or they just say, we're just here for the wrestling. Or again, do we get 10% of them to follow? So yeah, it's, again, the whole thing about it takes a lot of money to look this poor. It takes a lot of work to make it look this easy. And I pride myself privately on how much I work to do this stuff on behalf of myself, on behalf of my publisher, on behalf of the artists I'm working with. So that'll continue to be some very interesting discussions we will have.
Yeah. I call you the hardest working guy in comics, but that's clearly Vic Dandridge. So
it's all a matter of perspective. I don't want to take his self-proclaimed label. So those are things for other people to decide.
I was hanging out with Vic on Sunday, and his own kids are giving him crap about the title, which is hysterical to me.
Yeah.
How are you the hardest working man in comics if you're here hanging out in this comic book shop eating that dude's candy?
Right. Oh, and Vic knows I busted his chops about it too. And Vic, you know, again, busted his hump. And he'll be the first to tell you it's a talking point. It's a way to get him to talk about it. People just like, I wear a black suit. People let them think that was a gimmick or something. I'm like, well, this is I'm comfortable, you know, and I'm working. I'm dressed to work. Mm-hmm. You know, where obviously the gimmick, you know, the top hat and the scarf and all that, you know, and the banner that way. But no, you know, it just doesn't have to be a contest. We all just got to do what we got to do. So
when we get to Dirk 3.0, I think we're going to add a monocle.
Be very stylish, right? Get the gray temples and right, you know.
Right.
Well, like we were
Hold on,
talking earlier, I used to have long hair. And the joke would always become, will I ever grow my hair back out? But I don't know if the long hair works with this aesthetic.
Not really.
No. Even if I did it like when I donated my hair to a child with cancer, I cut it. I did like the kind of like the bob cut to like, you know, here. So it was like short to like here.
Mm-hmm.
Even that, if I just had that long, it doesn't work. It doesn't work with. It sure as heck doesn't work with this.
Nah.
Not that I dress like that in real life. Of course I don't. But yeah, it just doesn't. It doesn't suit the current aesthetic. And I used to wear my hair back in a ponytail, so my hair's kind of slicked back in it, but just.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. We'll see. Maybe that'll be like Dirk Manning 4.0 or something. When I'm just wearing like Hawaiian shirts and have long hair, and the Chuck Dixon phase of my career where you only see me in Hawaiian shirts and stuff like that. I don't know.
As long as it's not with flip flops, I'm okay.
Yeah, you won't see the Hawaiian shirts either, unless they're all black. I used to joke with my dad as he got older, he would only wear Hawaiian shirts. And I said, I don't need like black ones with like octopuses or octopi and like skulls. And
yeah,
that's why they start making like these gothic Hawaiian shirts. And I'm like, casual Sunday Dirk, that could be a thing.
I just texted your image consultant. It's on.
Oh no. The monocle would be cool. When my grandfather always had, you know, long part of his life, the real cool gray temples. And I always, when I was younger, I said, man, I can't wait till I get those cool gray temples. Because, you know, my hair now especially look really, really slick. And now that the gray is slowly, I joke when he passed it on to me. So the gray is starting to come in. But it's just coming in very slightly. And it's like, I want it just to be like Reed Richards all at once. Like, poof. Not like
you do know they make a product called Just for Men.
What's that?
You do know they make a product called Just for Men.
Yeah. I rarely on the road ever have a hotel room by myself. I'm usually with like 4 or 5 other guys. And they will tell you the amount of work that goes into the hair looking like this. I'd add an extra step to that and do some sort of like dyeing or painting or whatever it would be. No, it's too much.
This is why you, me, and Amanda can never share a hotel room when we travel, because between her and you, I'd have to get up like 4 hours early so everybody else could get their hair done.
Oh, they'll tell you. You know, like I said, I don't know if I've ever. I don't know if I've ever stayed at a hotel by myself at a con, because, you know, it's the profit margin's not huge. So a couple of us we always split the room. And like, you know, like you take a shower the night before, you get up early, you do the hair, but they say, oh, here goes Dirk. He's dirking up, you know, and it's like once the hair goes into place, then it's go time. So again, we're back to
is it pomade? Are you a Dapper Dan man?
Yeah, like it's like a Darth Vader helmet, actually. Just snap it on. You know, I sit in the big machine and like it lowers on, you know. This has been a very cosmetically based show. I apologize. So
we always have themes. They're ridiculous.
That's right. That's right.
We talked about we talked about pizza toppings one time for 45 minutes, so don't worry about it. You know,
Barbecue chicken.
nerd news now is a thinly veiled ruse for us just hanging out together.
I'm a big fan of barbecue chicken pizza. So
Yes.
I had 2 great pizza places in the last week, but we'll talk about those another time.
all right, that's fair.
So, Miss Jen, do you have anything else for Dirk?
No, I think we had a good old time. This was a great hangout.
I know.
I'm going to save my things because I'm talking to Dirk at least one more time this week.
That's
Yeah.
true. This is my week O podcast. And it's good to see you, Jen. I feel, but I haven't been able to come on your live sales recently because I've been hustling on this Kickstarter. So it's good to see you as well. I've missed catching up with you.
I'm always there for whenever.
I know you are. And it's completely on me that I have not been around. Although I did just get my most recent order. Thank you. Always very well packed. Anybody should order books from you in the utmost confidence, knowing that it will be very well protected.
I'm beside myself because I know that I have your IDW sticker somewhere that I put.
Oh, that
securely.
lock and key sticker.
I have no idea where it is. I mean, it's like I'm gonna have to tear the whole place apart. I mean,
it will turn up someday.
Dig through.
It will turn up someday. Yeah, the lock and key promo sticker, because I'm a big Joe Hill fan, you know, and I saw it, and it's like, I went through the old books you sent me. I don't think it's in any of those unless it got tucked into something, because I mainly buy issues from you, not trades.
Yeah.
So it'll turn up. It'll turn up. I'm not worried. Mm-hmm. When I finally show back up at the store, it'll just maybe it'll just be there waiting for me. We'll see.
That would be truly providential.
It would be. I won't hold my breath, but no. But thank you both for having me on. I most sincerely appreciate it. I appreciate both of your support. And people can go to buttsandseatscomic.com and check out the book.
Also, dirkmanning.com.
Dirkmanning.com. Got a complete
find all the places.
All the places. Go across social media at Dirk Manning, Facebook, Instagram, Lord help me, even Twitter. But right now, I would say the big thing is buttsandseatscomic.com. Check it out. Pre-order the Kickstarter exclusive hardcover. You'll get tons of swag with it. And then you can go to dirkmanning.com and check out my other books and other information about me accordingly there.
Get on the mailing list. Usually when he sends it out, it's graphic novel length. So there's usually a ton of stuff to learn on his mailing list. So all of those good things.
Yes, I will actually have some really cool news in my April newsletter. An announcement I've been sitting on for a while now. I've been teasing it on social media, but it'll have dropped by the time this goes live. The Twisted Motion Comic release, motion comic video.
Ooh.
Yeah, we did a Haunted Highons video comic. So that'll be out by the time this goes on air. But that'll be my link in my newsletter as well. Go to YouTube and check it out.
Cool. Jen, anything else for the good of the order, or should I read the thing?
Read your thing, because this is fun. I like that you do this so well. It's like it's obviously you're a professional.
I know this is my favorite part. Hold on,
You ready?
Go.
Thank you for watching Nerd News Now, part of the Kingdom of Geekdom on Woodlands Online, sponsored by the Adventure Begins Comics and Games and Space Cadets Collection. Check out other shows on Woodlands Online, like Music Cafe, The Adventure Begins Show, Woodlands House and Home, The Best You, Between the Trees Business Talk, and much more. You can watch all of these on Woodlands Online and on our partner station, KVQT HD21, over the air if you're in the Houston area. All of these shows and more on Roku now. Just search and add Woodlands Online TV to your streaming lineup. Now you can listen to our podcast show on Spotify, iTunes, iHeartRadio, Stitcher, Google Podcast, and Pandora, and probably wherever else quality podcasts are given away for free.
And given your very extensive travel schedule and the exhaustion that you have from being in what have you been in now, Kyle? 4 towns in 2 days or something?
I don't remember.
Yeah, it's that many.
Yeah, something like that.
The fact that you nailed that so
I left
well.
home yesterday at 8 a.m. Did 12 hours with Jason David Frank. Hotel last night, Jenny's last night, which was a whole to-do. Hung out with my nephew for a couple hours today. Pack Rat Comics today. Back home, change bags. I'm at the airport hotel right now on a plane at 6 a.m. in the morning to go to Philadelphia I'm in Philadelphia tomorrow, flying back here Wednesday morning to go home to be on the air so I'm on the air with you tomorrow night. I'm on the air with Dan Wickline tomorrow night. I'm on the air with Tony Schiavone tomorrow night. I'm on the air with Christopher Daniels tomorrow night, live from that hotel. Then back home Wednesday to put 3 shows into production for the experience and be back on the air Thursday.
Well, like I said, I know you're exhausted, and the fact that you're able to so masterfully rattle that off in the state of borderline delirium that you are in dedicates what a true professional you are, my friend.
This skill level brought to you by Monster Energy.
Well, thank you both, friends.
Diet Pepsi.
I really sincerely appreciate you having me on the show. Jen, as I've told you before, I'm so looking forward to coming back to the shop with friends. We will get there soon. Just everyone's got to keep doing what they got to do. We will get there. We will get back to seeing each other in person. And thank you both for having me on. I appreciate it.
Please send my love to.
I will do that. We're due to talk any day now again, so I would definitely will.
Perfect. All right, buddy. I will see you guys later.
Thank you.